And we're going to jump right back over to CorporateImage with Robotrek. All quests and capsules. Robotrek is ready to go, ready to launch, and CorporateImage, take it away.
Welcome, everybody. This is Robotrek. You're going to be joined by PJDiCesare on commentary. Should be a really fun-looking run. And, you know, it's a roller coaster, so buckle up. So I believe the protagonist's name is Jeff?
Yes, Jeff.
All right.
Was the winner there.
All right, let's begin. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. So just for the future and for those who just want to watch the run once, we'll go through everything that we might have said before. Again, sorry for the technical delay. So this category is kind of I guess the 100% equivalent for Robotrek. He's going to be showing off all the side quests and collecting all of this game's equivalent of treasure chests, basically. There are several hidden items in the game, like that 500 gold and these items up here. These are not required in this category, mostly because we don't know where all of them are, but also because it's just, you know, you can't really verify. But he is collecting them at the beginning because the resources early on are quite important. We're going to be pretty tight for cash for a little bit. And we definitely need the 2 cleans and the cure for reasons that we'll get into. So our protagonist, Jeff, is an inventor from a lineage of inventors and scientists. The plot right now, it just is a slow burn. Basically, all we've learned from the intro of the game is that there's this nefarious group called the Hackers, and they do terrible, evil things like parking illegally and kicking over sandcastles. They haven't really gotten into any of the real bad stuff or shown their hand yet. We just know that they exist. So yeah, we just went to see the mayor because Nagisa there, our mom, told us that that's the proper thing to do. Yeah, our dad's going back home and tells us to read this robot book. It's been in our family for generations.
It's a big red book, and most books are red in this game.
Like friends, robots can be trusted. Robots will help you like friends do sometimes. The dialogue in this game is fantastic, and I genuinely don't know how much is taking liberties with the translation and how much is just the way the game is. The Japanese title for this game is Slapstick, so it's not meant to be a serious game. It's a very lighthearted, goofy RPG. But sometimes the dialogue, even with that in mind, is pretty silly. So this room is the R&D room. They're scattered all over the place. And also, every time you level, you get to see it. So that machine with the Super Famicom controller with the built-in monitor is the invention machine. And using that, you can do all kinds of really important things. You can combine items, make new items, build robots like we're doing here with the help of these 2 guys. You can name your robot when you first make him. So we'll need that name
very shortly.
Right now, actually.
All right, our first robot is going to be in all caps. Oh no, PJ.
Oh no, PJ.
Haha, great.
Yeah. Oh no.
Well, this is going to be an exciting run for you.
It'll be fine.
One of the most important and distinctive parts of this game, I think, is what we're seeing right now. Anytime you have access to... going with 8 speed, okay. Anytime you have access to the R&D room, you're able to change your robot's stats. And what's really unique here is that this game considers HP to be a stat. So you start with 40 points in health, HP, energy, whatever. We don't need that much health. Instead, we need all of these other things. So Corp has taken a bunch of points from health and put it into power, and a few points to put into speed. Speed is the most critical stat in this game. It's our hit rate and our evasion rate. And what we're going to be relying on for a majority of the game is using a run command, which is what he's going to set up here. So these are programs that you can make, and they're all combinations of attacks that your robot can do. Combinations of right arm, left arm, and backpack that, when combined in a certain way, completely transform the nature of the attack. So right now his right attack is sword, his right arm has sword, and his backpack has bomb. But if he programs sword, bomb, sword, instead of just swinging and firing a bomb and swinging, instead the robot teleports in front of every enemy on screen and hits them once. So if you know what you're doing, you can write these programs, use the run command, and basically instant win every encounter. But the critical part of that is that we need to be able to hit the enemies in order to instantly win. So we're going to be valuing speed to hit them and power to kill them. And we're not going to be taking guard or HP for most of the run. So this stat build to start the run is just to make sure that we're able to kill everything that we choose to hit and that we're able to hit everything that we choose to hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, this category, we have to fight a bird, and birds are pretty dangerous in this game. And early on, we do not have enough speed to guarantee to hit them. So we're going to take a safety save before fighting a single bird, and hopefully it does not destroy our robot.
Yeah, we simply don't have the resources because we're going to be playing through this game quite underleveled. We don't have the resources to be able to kill every enemy in every area, so we just kind of do the best we can and we take the low-hanging fruit. And the experience route and all of that is tailored around what enemies we are able to consistently kill. But because Corp has to open up every capsule, some of those capsules are guarded by birds or other dangerous things. So he's just gonna have to cross his fingers and hope for the best.
Yeah, so we bought a bunch of smoke bombs in this game, and smoke bombs have two purposes. You could either use them in battle to run away, or on the overworld, it freezes every enemy on screen and slightly off screen as well. And you could use that to navigate around enemies, because there are no random encounters in Robotrek. You can clearly see, sometimes they pop out of the ground, but you can clearly see the enemies. And then we picked up 2 repairs, because repairs are very useful.
Yeah, repairs revive your robot if it breaks. If all of your robots are destroyed, it's a game over. So right now, if Oh No PJ is destroyed, it's a game over. But later on, we will get a second and a third robot, and the repairs will be useful then. Right now, they don't have value, but we need as many as we can. So the hackers were there trying to recruit our father, Dr. Akihabara. He's a world-famous inventor. Obviously, he didn't want any part of that, so they're going to try and take us hostage to get to him. So that you saw there was our program A, not to be confused with A, or the other A. That's the teleport slash that I mentioned before. We're programmed 4 programs. 2 of them are RXR, just to prepare for later when we overwrite one of them. There's one safety program because the way that RXR works is that your robot teleports in front of an enemy, but if there happens to be an in-battle capsule in front of the enemy, you'll teleport on that, and the capsule will hit the enemy instead of you, and then you die. So, yeah, in every battle, the capsules are placed randomly. There's a chance of them showing up or not showing up. If you hit them with a melee weapon, they'll open up and usually give you a bonus for that battle. They sometimes will fully heal you. They'll sometimes give you bonus experience. Sometimes they'll give you a big bomb, which is an item. But generally, we don't need or want to deal with those.
Just doing a safety save for the bird.
Yep. Smart.
All right.
Yeah, because it's not... This next screen is kind of volatile. There's not a great place to save.
Go away, bird.
So this bird we don't want any part of. We're just going to kind of hope that he walks away. It's a good battle to take. So Corp is doing some experience management. We get a level at 2 experience. Right now we're at 0.7, I think.
All right, here we go. Oh boy.
Right. Nice. We have a 91% chance to hit, and there we are. And now we'll see the title screen, probably.
Probably. Go, 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 go.
Yep. GG.
I tried. All right.
Yeah.
He won. This happened as well in Questing for Glory, so... But it was a different situation with the bird, but that's okay. We need to respect birds.
You have to, for sure. This is a nice demonstration of why we do not fight them. So another important part of this game is that the way that you initiate combat determines who gets initiative. So generally, if you bump into an enemy and you're like lined up, you're in the same row, you will always get initiative. If you're facing each other or if they're facing sideways, it doesn't matter. As long as you bump into them head on, then you'll get initiative. You get to go first. So in any percent, even if you get into a battle with a bird, you can usually run away first. But we need the bird to not be here at all. Nice. Good.
We did it.
This should be 0.9 experience?
Yes.
Okay.
And this, the bird we just fought is a bit strange. If you use a smoke bomb, it almost always doesn't initiate combat unless it's facing left or right. Sometimes if it's facing forward, it just doesn't work. All right, that's okay. So I try to watch it and see which direction it's facing before using the smoke bomb. All right, so we're at 1.1.
1.1, yeah. So the reason that managing experience is important is that every time you level up in this game, you get temporary access to the R&D room. And Robotrek is a really unique game, a really unique RPG in that there's no equipment shop. There's no armor shop or weapon shop. All of the equipment that you make, or all of the equipment that you get for your robots, you either find in capsules or you have to make yourself by combining some things. So earlier on when he was in the tool shop buying smokes and repairs, he also collected a scrap 2 and a scrap 5. So that's the form that most of your equipment progression will come in. You find these scraps, and each scrap is roughly affiliated with a certain type of weapon. Scrap 2 is good for upgrading guns, and scrap 5 is kind of just like a low-level utility scrap, combines with a bunch of things to make kind of mediocre equipment. But we need to reach level 2 after we collect a certain item, because we need to fix it up before we use it.
So here we have Dr. Einst, who may be modeled after somebody, but his ethics certainly aren't. So there was an accident, and these kids were playing by the river, and they got trapped. So they hired Dr. Einst to fix things, and his solution was to use dynamite in a cave. It's not the greatest idea, but it's okay, because inventions are always failures.
Dr. Einst will use a bomb to blow up the wall. It'll be an impressive scene.
So this kind of starts a little character arc, if you want to call it that, for Dr. Einst. He's a little resentful and embarrassed of what happened, and he's going to eventually get his revenge on us. And kind of us too, but mostly the town of Rococo. All right, robot. Okay. So part of the movement tech I'm trying to do is to get robots to notice me. Robots typically have like 2 ways of moving when they see you. They either panic and start running in a circle, or they just charge you. So I usually watch for what they do. Some enemies have a consistent thing they will do, so you can recognize which enemies are a little more dangerous who will charge you. But a lot of this is reactionary, so I'm just going to do my best.
Yes, the item we get there is the rusty drill. One of the items that we've been collecting is called Clean. Oh, that's a tough capsule.
That worked. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a range. I shouldn't have done that.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that was quite lucky. The capsule explosion prevented RXR from hitting the gel, but the capsule explosion was strong enough to kill the gel, which is quite unusual. So we got bailed out there.
I know it works for the little basic robots we've been fighting. It definitely does not work for birds.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so we've been collecting cleans. Cleans are a combat item, or I guess out of combat too. If your robot gets poisoned, or since the concept of robots being poisoned can be confusing. It can also be rust or corrosion. I'm really not consistent with what I call it. But clean will purge that status effect from your robot. But it's also good for cleaning up items. So it removed the rust from that drill, and we got actual drill. And that allows us to drill through these loose rubble walls in the cave. Arguably more important than the plot item is the shield 2 that we made. Shields in this game are unbelievably good. So shield 2 has 12 defense and 8 evasion. So it's 2 full levels of stats that we get, which is a lot when we've only gotten 1 level. And shields also allow you to block, which is just a flat 25% chance of evading damage. Every shield except for the final one also has like a hidden property, hidden resistance that the game never tells you about. Shield 2 gives us immunity to poison, which is kind of neat. It's actually quite important for the first boss, but beyond that, it's not too big of a deal. But anyways, we fixed the drill and we saved all the children. So we go to the mayor and we tell him that we did the great thing and we get a reward for that. But the green-haired child that was in there never came home, I guess. This is his mother, so she wants us to go and try and find him.
Yeah, if you talk to the child, his name Carl, he doesn't want to go home because he went to the river to look for treasure. So that's his main reason for being there. All right, so our father has important business. He's going on a trip with old man Flavon, and he says, "You're the man of the house. Good luck." The cat is very sad.
But we get his cat, so it's okay. I like that we talked to him and he's like, "Huh? Jeff, the one that saved the kids? Anyways, I'm going on a trip."
We're famous, even within our own family. All right.
All right, now that we have the drill, you may remember that Dr. Einst blew up this wall and made a bigger wall, but we can drill through that now. And now is where it gets really important to pick and choose our fights, because there are some enemies that we can definitely fight, and some enemies that we will never be able to kill. So we want to kill these little jellies, and we want to kill the commanders. Those are the only targets that we want to look for. That spider over there may as well be the final boss. We probably will never even be able to hit them, but if we do, it won't do enough damage, and then we'll get to see the title screen again. Every enemy is able to have a weakness and a resistance, and the run command is actually its own, I guess I'll say element, its own category. So a common trend in this game is that enemies and most of the bosses will end up being resistant to the run command. And that becomes really problematic. Even though we're quite strong, if we use RXR on those spiders, it'll do 1 damage, because they have 87.5% resistance to the run command. And that applies before their guard stat, so they resist basically everything that we can do. But, like Corp said, there are no random encounters. We can see that the spiders are there, and we just have to respect them and walk around them. Much like real life sometimes.
Also have to respect spiders and birds. All right. So this guy is Metacrab. He's a hacker leader, and he's a crab. He likes to bathe, so he's going to go take a shower.
I love the NPCs in this game. It's a dude with a whole crab as a head.
Yeah, the overworld sprites of some enemies and characters aren't necessarily indicative of what they look like in battle. So Metacrab looks far more impressive when you confront him in battle than as he's just walking around. But I like both forms. They're both charming.
Yeah.
All right.
These might be worth a safety save after Kotetsu.
Let's see.
just in case you get a bad initiative. So every enemy kind of reacts differently to when they spot you. Some of them will like slowly trudge towards you. Some of them don't care at all that you're there, and they just walk around. And if you bump into them, that's your fault. And then some of them are really frantic, and like Corp said before, they'll start running in circles or doing unpredictable things. And the commanders, even if you're facing them when they spot you, sometimes they won't run right towards you. Sometimes they'll like take a hard left and then run towards you. So even when you think you have things under control, it's pretty them and then lose initiative.
Too noisy. All right. That's okay. I think in the bathroom it's fine.
Yeah, it should be okay.
Yeah, so
that guy that we talked to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, oh god, oh
Uh-oh.
god.
Uh...
I would like to save, please. Okay, everything is fine.
Everything's good. Oh man, I don't think I've ever seen the spiders close in like that.
They know. It's on OPJ. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
All right, scary. So a lot of good things were shown off there. When the dialogue box is open, you can't get into combat. So that was a really good decision there to open up the transceiver. And also because it's the transceiver, he was able to save. And if bad things happen, he'd just be able to reload. I don't think. I'm trying to think what happens when you reload a game and you've already killed an enemy on that screen. I don't know if they're back or not. But anyways, he was safe there. That was a really good decision.
all right. So
Metacrab.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay. Yeah, Metacrab just wanted some more hot water, so we raised the boiler point and raised it a little too much, and he passed out because it was too hot. Oh, you haven't fixed the screen? Well, that's okay.
Yeah, there is just like an open Zoom call here, and we walk in and we talk to the hacker leader or whoever's supposed to be in the other end here. But fortunately, he doesn't realize that we're not Metacrab because the screen's broken. He gives us some information that they're looking for a thing called the Tetron, and that we should check in when we get it.
Speaking of
I haven't
checking
been
in,
keeping
would
track.
I be able
yeah.
to slide in with a donation or two from the Robotrek fans watching?
Absolutely.
That's fantastic. So we've got from Zombie Train, $85 in donations to Nami, and the comment is "Good luck, CI."
Cute.
And also $50 from Sporadic Erratic, who says, "Had to donate during Robotrek, one of my favorite hidden gems."
All right, so this guy who had a feather on his leg is Kotetsu. He's we're gonna see him around. The best way I could describe him is he's kind of like a Han Solo type of character. He's mysterious, shows up in most of the places we're going to go. Oh, that was lucky. Places we're going to go to.
Yeah, really good.
And he's going to help us out along our adventure.
I haven't been keeping track of experience.
Yeah, no level 3 yet, so I'm going to try to do this. Okay, well, we'll just fight him. Sometimes he doesn't want to look left. But there's a really cool manipulation you can do where he will follow you, you go to the left side of the screen, and then turn around, and then he will freeze in place because enemies stop chasing you when they're off screen.
Mm-hmm.
Can I chime in with an exciting update?
Absolutely.
So actually I have two exciting updates. The first exciting update is we have passed $18,000 raised for Nami so far. So we like those big round numbers. Congrats, everybody. Good job. And
Nice,
I
thank
also, Corporate Image, need to let you know, you will be visiting the Quintet Developer Room because we have met that incentive.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. So we've reached level 3 just in time. This door is the door before Metacrab, the boss. Spoiler alert. So we're doing one last stat adjustment here. This adjustment is just to make sure that we take minimum damage from Metacrab, and we do the most damage that we can. and then the rest just goes into health. He did use Scrap 2 to upgrade Shot 1. It gives us just a little bit more power. Again, we're at level 3. We don't have a lot of stat points, so even though the power only goes from 4 to 10, it's a pretty big jump at this point in the game. So Metacrab has 200 health, and he has an assortment of attacks. That is a great start. Wonderful. So when capsules show up in battle, there's a timer in the upper right, as you can see. When the timer expires, all of the capsules go away, and most of the bonuses that the capsules give you also go away when that timer disappears. But you can't fire through them, so that just wastes a bunch of time here. So Metacrab has this fuzzy ball attack of 3 different colors. He has this one that we want to see, the crab summon. And then he has a melee attack if you wait long enough. I think the purple orb can poison, but we're immune to that, so that's good. Orange ball can stop us, which prevents us from walking or using the run command, but we're not doing either, so that's fine. And then the blue orb does damage. It's the strongest attack. But when he makes these tiny little crabs, sometimes they take turns and just kind of walk around and look shifty. And that's great, because that means that we're not taking damage. Yeah, we should be in good shape here. I think his melee attack will do around 5, so we should be safe if he chooses to walk forward. We're getting a pretty good pattern here.
Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, I've seen the melee attack do 7 to 8 with like a critical hit. So I always try to keep, once I hit 7 or less and he's already moved forward, then I will safety heal. But going for good times, I would skip the heal.
Yeah. You can kind of see how far behind the intended level we are, because we just got 2 levels from defeating him. We're doing another stat adjustment, so we're not taking any guard now because the enemies are getting too strong, and guard is a very inefficient stat in this game. You don't have enough stat points for guard and HP to actually properly get tankiness. So we're once again just taking as much power as we need to kill enemies and as much speed as we need to hit enemies. The fastest enemy in the next area has 30 speed, so 22 plus the bonus we get from our shield is enough for that. And our remaining 3 HP is actually important because once again there are birds, and sometimes there's exactly 1 room with a bird in it, and sometimes he gets you before you have a chance to move.
Yeah, so little Carl found the treasure. He's a little disappointed because he just got a litho. I don't really know what the litho is. It looks like a purple cake to me. You'll see it later. But we picked up scrap 1, which will actually be pretty useful in the next area. Alright, make our escape. There's a guy that's going to pop up right in front of us, so we scoop to the left and ride the current.
And Carl, even though he technically invalidated the run right now because he collected the capsule instead of us,
Semantics.
it'll be fine.
Semantics.
Another really minor thing is that our character moves faster than NPCs do, so we took the farther capsule. It doesn't matter if you take left or right, it's always going to be scrap 1. But we take the farther one so that we can get to it faster than Carl can. But Carl feels bad that he got the better treasure, so he gave us this shiny ball. Stone 1.
Stone 1. Who knew it's such a key item? Yeah, so the overarching plot of this game is that they're looking for something called the Tetron. That's about it. To explain the plot, you just gotta not take it very seriously, because it's never meant to be taken seriously. So lore and such is just, you can talk about it, but it's mostly for fun. Speaking of fun, our cat is here and is going to be a good friend and push us away somehow.
These 2 are my favorite. They get spooked by their own theme song.
It's such a good joke.
It's really good.
Yeah, for those who haven't played Robotrek, it's worth playing at the very least because of the dialogue and silly story. But what's really fun about it is the mechanics. So it's a very well put together game compared to a lot of other RPGs that are a bit underdeveloped or unfinished. So we just read a letter from our father who told us he said, if I don't come back or if you don't know what to do what I always tell you to do, which is go visit your ancestors' graves, which is just a cultural thing to respect. And so when we do that, we come up to the graves and there's a hidden entrance and it leads down into this area we just never seen before.
Yeah, it's a lot. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to figure out that you have to go here if you haven't been talking to your dad. In this run, we only talked to him once. And when I played casually, I talked to him a bunch because I got quite lost. So it's pretty obvious to me. But if you happen to luck into plot advancement and you've only talked to him once, I'm not exactly sure how you know to go here.
Yeah, there are a couple of places in this run where it assumes you've done things casually. So, like, we need to talk to a dog at some point, and
right.
that becomes relevant. But so the plot flags in this game are not as obvious. There's a couple of insidious ones that, at least to me, but that's just because of older RPGs tend to not like. Oh, nice.
Great drop.
Yeah. So those monks typically drop repairs, and we always try to go out of our way for repairs, especially in a marathon. What was I saying? Anyway, here's our ancestor. His name is Rask, and he knows about the Tetron and how to divide it into three pieces, and he gave it to a person. 3 people could be interesting.
It's a rough invention, Rask.
But he entrusted one of them to Count Prinky, who we're going to go see very soon.
Yeah, it was one of those inventions where he did it and then realized, oops, it's too powerful. So he needed to split it up.
Yeah, I'm going to be safety saving pretty often in the early game because this is the most dangerous part of the run because we only have one robot. Once we get our second robot, we can play a little bit more risky and go fast.
Mm-hmm.
So here we're at the Forest of Illusion. If you choose the wrong path, you kind of have to redo everything. And this bird, okay, perfect.
Nice, good.
And we find Mint. She's a reporter from Rococo. I like to think of her as Lois Lane mixed with Bulma from Dragon Ball. She's an intrepid reporter, kind of nosy, gets into trouble, and she's going to serve Light Kotetsu as a means of helping us, but usually inadvertently. She shows us kind of what not to do or kind of points us in the right direction. But she's lost in the woods, and she sees we're a kid. She's like, hey, are you lost? I guess I'll take you home. And then she's like, you lead the way, though. And then she's like, okay, you can go home now, bye. So anyway. So we spotted the old mansion in the distance, or old house. This is one of my favorite levels.
Oh, it's so good. You're probably tired. I've prepared a room for you in this creepy old house.
Nothing wrong with...
It's fine. Come this way.
Yeah, I'm sure the bed's been aired out. The sheets are clean. And there's not a creepy doll right there. Just ignore that.
Yeah. Creepy teleporting doll. I don't know if I remember that repair was there.
Yeah, there's a cure on the left and a repair next to it. So if you use a cure in the Metacraft fight, you could pick one up for safety. So we're asleep right now, and there's like this theme where if you have the Tetron in your inventory and go to sleep, you dream about the past, and you can kind of interact with the past because people can kind of see you. It's very weird. So we just go from here.
All right. Now we have this kind of stealth mission. We've got to follow Igor through this room. And if he spots us, he's like, sir, please, you need your rest or something. And he forces you back to bed.
Yeah, there's a capsule down there for scrap, no, shot to. And if you collect it right now, Igor will be scrolled off screen. And when you try to find him again, he's gone and the door's locked. So you're forced to go right back to your room and then redo this section. All right.
And Mint somehow also made it through.
Just say we need to... Okay. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. So let's continue. Mint just said, go back to your room. So we're going to do that. Then a little magic trick happened, and...
Just to recap.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you got it.
Oh, you want me to recap? So, we are currently in an old mansion owned by this gentleman, John Paul Belmont Prinky, the Count. So this guy, he may or may not be a ghost from 100 years ago. He built this mansion, and it's a fun house. I love this guy because he's like, there's no water in this well, but there's an underground passage. This is my hobby. And I don't know, he's just very drunk.
This is my hobby.
So we're here because our ancestor Rask left a little holographic display saying, hey, the Tetron, I left it with Count Prinky. So here we are. And Mint, we were escorted from or to the forest, and we found this place, and we're kind of stuck. So Count Prinky is just giving us a basic tour of the mansion, and in the background is the clock tower, and that's our main goal, is to try to make it over there.
I'm also a really big fan of, well, stop reading now.
What? Like, we were having some sort of vision. It's like, okay, you can stop now. Just wake up.
All right, so the book triggers this trapdoor, and we jump down it. And the creepy disappearing doll has told us that she wants the stone that we have. So she sends her best soldiers to destroy us so she can take it from us. These 4 encounters are forced. Each of them is guaranteed to have a drop, and the drop is fixed. But yeah, we have to defeat all of them. Fortunately, we are well equipped to do so. Again, we have exactly enough speed to guarantee 100% hit rate on them, and we're guaranteed to kill them. So really the only danger here is like getting too aggressive with when you initiate encounter and somehow giving initiative to the enemy. Immediately after an encounter, there is some kind of a cooldown where you can't get into another one. I guess just to prevent you from, for instance, getting closed in on in a tunnel by some spiders and being forced into back-to-back encounters. So you do have to wait a little bit before you get into the next encounter with the monks, but everything's fine as long as you're not too greedy. So Flavin, our dad's travel buddy, is down here. He's looking for his dog. His dog is Parsley, likes shiny things. And his dog has a backpack with medicine in it for him. So we have to go find Parsley.
Triple ho-ho. So we got a level recently
ho-ho.
to level 6, and if I didn't put points into power there, I would have needed to equip an axe to knock out those ho-hos, because they have pretty high resistances to the run command. So we just barely knocked them out, as we are.
Yeah, the ho-hos are kind of scary. Ho-hos and 2 other little wispy guys would be problematic otherwise. I got stuck in this particular section for a while when I was a kid because the translation is a little bit weird. Prinky is like, hey, there's a white pest in this room. Can you bring the white pest into this room? And I didn't understand that he meant to go take the dog from that room into the room that you were currently talking to Prinky in. Basically, Parsley wandered somewhere he shouldn't, and he wanted the dog removed, but I didn't understand what he meant. Yeah, the dog likes shiny things, so to get Parsley to follow you, you have to equip Stone 1.
Yeah, the game's dialogue kind of expects you to pay attention and remember what was said. So we got stone 1, but notice how it doesn't say shiny stone 1 or anything like that. But when Carl gave us the stone, he says, I found a shiny stone. And he never says it again. So you gotta really pay attention sometimes in this game. Unless you're going to play it straight through, then it's not as bad. But if you're going to take breaks like you normally would on a weekend when you're a kid, then sometimes you can get very lost.
Yes.
All right.
I'll give you this light so you can find your way. The light is a very perplexing item because it really doesn't help you with anything except the thing that it doesn't seem like it should do. You need it to see a crack in the wall to step on a switch. It does increase the vision radius, the light circle around you.
Too noisy.
But it's too noisy.
That will be fine. So I never had trouble with this, but just in case. So what we need to do is use the light for its one intended purpose, which is to check the wall. And there's a monk that floats around behind us, and he's never ever bothered me. However, I think he could, so I'm gonna keep an eye out for him. That's the whole point of the safety save. All right, he's fine.
Yeah, it should be good. The scary part for me is this bottom monk, because you never know how far he's wandered. These enemies, if they have vision of you, they don't necessarily chase. They'll just continue to amble forever, and they can wander into some pretty unexpected places. So we've got 3 hackers here that are just like sitting around telling ghost stories to each other, which is pretty funny.
Just psyching themselves.
So they're a bit on edge.
So we go over to them and bang, give them a little scare. So I like this guy coming up.
They're great.
So Mint unfortunately got caught, as she normally does. And this one hacker's guarding her, but she knows he's afraid of the dark, so she's going to make fun of him. Scared of ghosts? What a wimp. So we're going to help him get him over his fear of the dark. There we go. Didn't work this time, but maybe next time.
Yeah, we approach Mint from the side because she walks slower than we do. Again, just like when we opened up the farther capsule for Carl. If we talk to her from the front, she has to walk around us, and that takes slightly longer than us walking to the side to begin with.
Yeah, in general, NPCs that will move around you. Okay. Your patience. So what we're going to do is just go forward and try to dodge as many enemies as we can and avoid getting a game over. And I think we have plenty of time for donations, so we'll turn it over.
Yeah, this has been a great run so far. I know there have been a couple tech hiccups, but it has not stopped the donations from coming in, so thank you so much. And there's so many specific to this run. I just want to call a couple of them out. Shuffy donates $100 and says, excited for this run. A fun memory I have with this game is my brothers and I had to choose between this and Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana won the vote, for better or worse, but we eventually got back to Robotrek, and it became one of the games I was obsessed with. And then we have $100 from KR Shush and says, let's get upcoming incentives fulfilled for more RPG Limit Break. More on that in just a second. I especially want to see the ones for tonight's Metaphor run. Godspeed to Corporate on Robotrek, and hi PJ, I've been rewatching your old marathon runs of this. Robotrek's always a fun time. And yeah, just to get everybody up to speed, we have already met the Visit the Developer Room incentive, so that'll be coming up later on. And we do have a bid war that is still open for naming the robots. Corp, when are you going to need the next one of those, just so chat knows?
Very soon.
Very soon. Okay, and then we'll have one more after that, too. So currently, BLP is in the lead with $70. But if you want to snipe that very soon, as the runner just said, you still got a minute here.
All right, this hacker wanted to show us pain, but we brought the pain ourselves. He was threatening Old Man Flavon by saying, "You'll get in trouble if you don't tell me what I want to know." So Flavon kept silent. But he mentioned that Parsley found the clock tower key, and he hid it somewhere, and he wishes he could talk to Parsley. So we get inspired to make a device that allows us to talk to animals, and it's called the relay. So in this category, you have an option. You can either get level 7 and proceed, or you can try to delay your level a little bit. I'm going to check my experience, 1.7. I'll do one more fight. And what you can do is create a stronger weapon. You can create Axe 3 if you delay leveling up. Either way, either way, we're going to collect scrap 1. But yeah, so we're at 0.3 away from a level, so I can do it. I think it feels a little bit. Theoretically, it's much faster to craft Axe 3 because it does about 100 damage and it could crit. I haven't seen what the critical hit damage is, but the next boss is about 400 HP, and we normally hit for 60 to 80, depending if we get a back attack or not. Yeah, we're just about to make Robot 2, so.
All right. Let me just give it one quick refresh here. And we are going to be naming Robot 2 BLP, all caps.
That sounds good, thank you. Yeah, so when we delay, we're not going to do all of our stat adjustments. Normally we would do that right here. This is why it's arguable to say, is it slower or faster, but it should be faster to use Axe 3 on Mamarana. But Robot 2...
Yeah, it'll do...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it'll do about 30 more damage a hit, or 45 more damage with a crit. And again, those get multiplied a little bit more if you get back attacks.
It was
so yeah, it's an interesting consideration.
It was BLP, sorry?
Yeah, BLP.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And just so everybody knows, I know we have one more robot to name. About how far into the run is that going to be?
Towards the end, so we have plenty of time.
Okay, good to know.
All right, this guy is going to be, let's see, I think, yeah, this, and that's perfect. All right.
So Robot 2 is here just as a backup, and Corp is going to make sure he makes relay and doesn't do what I do and forget the plot item because you're too excited making the fun things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Robot 2 right now is just here as a backup in case Oh No PJ dies, or rather when Oh No PJ dies. Just because that is that's not meant as a cheeky comment. That is part of the design for a lot of these fights, where your lead robot needs to take one for the team.
Yeah, when our primary robot is designed for power and speed, we just gotta expect that it's going to get destroyed every now and then. Wait, where am I going here? All right, so we found the clock tower key. Parsley was very happy to tell us. And this part, which we got through without too much issue before, is quite scary when you only have one robot. So normally this hacker will charge you immediately. So you got to be watching him and then watching the guy below so that you can use a smoke bomb to get around and everything is good. Alrighty, so wait for this. All right, there's one more item we need to pick up. There are only 3 capsules in the old mansion. There's a few more in the clock tower. There are a lot of hidden items here. You could even find a robot wandering around. It's a little Easter egg. This shot 2 is what we avoided before. All right.
That robot wandering around is one of my favorite continuity things. Little robot is just such a cool thing that it isn't ever needed in this game, but they paid a lot of attention to it.
Yeah, agreed. And we're going to get to see some of the little robot applications. Not too long. All right, so I really like the clock tower. You use these levers or switches to unlock doors, and essentially we're going to be doing a loop to be going forward. You can pick up this cure, watch out for the Frankenstein monster, okay? Then we carefully...
Franken.
Yeah, Franken. We watch these enemies, and they don't like to behave, especially this guy. Oh, he did!
Oh, nice.
It's amazing. He knew. All right, up or down?
Yeah, so one thing about this game is that, like, no matter what your decision is for handling the random encounters, it's always the wrong one. If you choose to wait for that plasma smoke to get out of the way, sometimes he'll just stand right in the middle and stare at you. But if you would have, like, gotten into the encounter and ran away from it, then that would have been the time that he would have stepped aside quickly.
All right, so this...
Right, so Mint here is afraid of mice. Oh, go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it. I was about to say, this mom...
Mint is afraid of mice, and she's being cornered by this mama mouse. She doesn't really know why she's being cornered, but we can speak to animals, so we get the scoop from the mouse and tell her that there's a mouse in the bag.
So the little baby mouse is grateful that we saved him. So he tells us a secret to get to scrap 6, which is a pretty rare scrap to find. I think there's only 2.
It is, yeah. There are 2. I was trying to think if that's one of the ones that's sold in the Southern Island shop, or if they sell 4 and 5. I don't remember if it's 5 and 6. Scrap 6 is the hammer-based scrap, which is not terribly useful to us. So Corp just collected our second scrap 1. The first one is what we got after defeating Metacrab. We got that in the room with Carl. Collected the second scrap 1. Scrap 1 is the, I guess, the blade affinity scrap, or rather the bladed weapon affinity scrap. It upgrades swords and axes. It doesn't upgrade the items called blade. So yeah, he's going to upgrade X1 to X2, and then X2 to X3. Every weapon has different tiers. So X1 and X2 is better than X1, X3 is better than X2, but they also have levels from 1 to 9. And the levels just increase the power of that weapon. For some specific weapons, it changes how they look. For instance, Bomb 3 is an ice element bomb. At level 1, it's just an icicle, but at level 9, it makes a snowman, which is really cute. But for our purposes, it's just used for power. The weapon level is just used for power.
Let's see. I don't know if it's too noisy. Okay.
So...
Well, wait for this guy to move. Okay. So because I changed my stats, we were guaranteed to hit that monk. But now it's not guaranteed that we'll hit these Ellis smoke and plasma smoke. Let's see what happens. Okay, fine. It usually works, but that's the danger of either leveling up as you normally do at level 7 early and adjusting your speed, or delaying and then getting axe. Either way, if your experience is perfect, then you could level up on the second enemy and you're more likely to hit it. All right. But we're good to go. That was the majority of the clock tower. We'll just hit some switches.
Can I jump in with a pretty exciting donation I've got over here?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, one of our great sponsors for this event, Dragon Roast Coffee, has donated $430 to NAMI. And they say, amazing run so far. All of you are doing a fantastic job with this week. Keep up the good work and stay caffeinated. And I just also want to remind everybody that if you make purchases from Dragon Roast Coffee, they are donating $5 per bag of coffee to NAMI, and I believe it was $15 for an RPG Limit Break custom tumbler to NAMI as well. So you have a way to get in there, get some caffeine, maybe not right away, but maybe by the end of the marathon you'll have that Dragon Roast coffee right in front of you. I don't know, but thank you so much for that, Dragon Roast.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah, so all we missed is the creepy doll, Mama Rana, divided herself and then said she's more powerful than us, so we left. And then a mouse showed up to our rescue and scared away Mama Rana. I'll leave PJ to describe the Mamarana fight because it's kind of interesting.
Sure. Yeah, this fight is really cool. Mamarana is a big moth, and she doesn't like to change row. I don't know if it's actually possible for her to do so, but at the very least, she doesn't like to. So what Corp is going to do is just kind of stay down here. With this stat build, again, we are way underleveled. The best we can do is guarantee 100% hit rate for both of us. So we will never miss an attack on Mamarana, but she will also never miss an attack on us. I would go for a back attack here. Just take the death.
Oh,
Nice. Well done.
oh well.
Yeah. Worth it, though.
Yeah.
So what Corp is waiting for is for Mamarana to make clones. So one of her most common actions, which we might never see with the way this is going, is that she'll make a duplicate on the top row and on the bottom row. And when she does that, it's much like the Meta Crab fight when he made the tiny little crabs. Just go for it again, I think.
There we go.
She only has 400 health. There we are. So next hit might do it. Next hit now definitely will do it. Nice.
All right, not too bad.
Very strange fight, but it went pretty well, all things considered. Yeah, so when she makes clones, the actions are divided between the three of them. Not each of them will get a turn. So it's pretty common for Mamarana to just like not do anything, or the one in your row to not do anything, and just kind of sit while the others attack nothing, or like walk back and forth and teleport. So even though you have a 100% chance to be hit, assuming you don't roll the 25% block, it's actually a pretty safe fight when the clones are out.
Yeah, it becomes a guessing game. And what I've learned is when she does divide into three, she'll be in the center for a few hits, and then they'll start warping around. And if you pick the top or the bottom first, it's safer to be there, because if all that's left is two of them, and you pick the center one, then she will swap rows to the center and immediately attack you. So it's a little bit of a safety thing to go for the one that is not in the center after they start swapping around.
Mm-hmm.
So Count Prinky is shocked that we helped them out, and the house can finally rest, and we got the second Tetron piece.
Do I have time for a few more donations?
Sure.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
AG Deeds donates $10 and says, "Always love your commentary. You have such a smooth and calming way of explaining game runs. Let's see that dev room." And we did meet that. I've got a couple donations that I'm going to read here that definitely helped us get there. So $5 from Phoenix Captain, who says, "The first ever live RPG run I caught was PJ running Robotrek. I picked it up after that run, and it's an absolute blast. I'm so glad to see it being run again."
Awesome.
Do I have time for one more?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've got a
Yeah.
$10 anonymous donation. It says, "CorporateImage is one of my favorite streamers, and I'm stoked to see him on the stage for this amazing event, playing for such a great cause. Good luck on the run."
Thank you. Yeah, so Old Man Flavon went on a trip with our father, and along the way they encountered hackers. And so our father, being heroic, was like, "No, Flavon, go away." And so Flavon ran, and then he turned around after hearing some explosions, and our father was gone. So one of our main point of interests is to try to find our father, try to get an idea of where he could be. And Flavon says, "Hey, the South Isle has something, maybe. There's a Tetron, maybe." And then, well, we got to figure out how to go to a tropical island.
Yeah, and strangely, our father, the world-famous inventor, best scientist on the planet, and also inheritor of the robot book, doesn't actually have any robots to protect him. So he was abducted without resistance.
A little ironic.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Yeah, so we walk in.
Otherwise, a robot could have helped him, like friends do sometimes.
Yeah. We just needed more friends. So we walk in the house, and conveniently, we get an invitation, and all Rococo citizens got an invitation to go visit the South Isle. So we're like, that's great. And then we read a book. And that book is very important to read.
Yeah, this game, it doesn't have traditional armor and weapon shops, like I said before, but it does have this clever substitute. So your character, as he levels up, is able to read progressively more complicated books, and those books teach you how to craft equipment if you're in the R&D room. So you can spend money to just outright make an item. It's like a shop, except much, much slower. And I think that's the first Inventor's Friend book that we've read, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah, I could,
Um,
if I were going to make some bad decisions, I could have already read level 5, which is nearby, and that would teach us how to make Shield 1. But we don't need Shield 1 yet, and it's just optional altogether.
Yeah, and it's pretty important that he doesn't forget to read that book before coming here, because at some point you get locked in. In fact, right now you might already be locked in. And he for sure needs to know how to make Punch 1. It's going to be very important to upgrade our weapon soon.
So this is the South Isle Village. It's a nice little place. And Mint is here because she's investigating why Rococo citizens who have come here have gone missing. So there are a bunch, and even the mayor is taking a break with Rose. Rose may be an important character later. But we go to sleep because we had a nice long boat journey, and once again, we're dreaming about the past. And this is Napoleon, a robot, and he just said our name, so it's like he understands our presence. It's very odd, but the gist is that the Tetron seems to be connected with time in some sort of way, and we'll kind of see how that plays out later on. Yeah, these villagers worship what they call the deity, so they look to the volcano, gauge how its activity is, and then if it's rumbling, they say, oh, the deity is upset, and we need to appease it somehow, offer a sacrifice. But it's only been recent, we're going to find out this out soon, only been recent that they've been taking live people as a sacrifice. Not to hurt them or kill them, just to take them into the volcano and just leave them there, I guess. That's why they're offering this sightseeing tour.
Yeah, it's just a harmless tour.
Yeah. Nothing to see here. The volcano's
Volcano's
fun.
down there. The volcano's fun.
Yeah, it's so fun. We're gonna just jump down.
I love that. Like, there's all these dinosaur bones down here too. It's really nice. So once again, we've tailored our stats to be able to handle the enemies that we want to fight. And once again, the spiders are not included in that pool of enemies that we want to fight. But these power moles we can handle, and then a select group of some others. Corp collected a very interesting and terrible weapon outside the volcano called Celtis or Celtis. I'm not really sure. It's a throwing hammer. It doesn't really do anything except waste your money if you decide to upgrade it. They do have the ability to proc certain status effects, but I think all of the enemies are immune to all status, except for a knockback. So I think Celtis 1 can knock back, but generally you just want to stay away from them.
Yeah, it should be noted that in the speedrun, we're only going to use a few types of weapons. Ooh, X1, nice.
Oh, nice.
I can make it a little stronger. But this game has quite a selection of weapons to choose from, so you could choose how you want to play the game, and you're not tied to doing any specific thing. But as PJ said, there's obviously some weapons that aren't as good as others, but it can make for an interesting challenge to try to use all of them.
Yeah, it's a very, very good casual game because there's so many different options that you can play around with. And it's not a terribly difficult game. And the game does value out with some very, very good items if you did kind of screw up and use your scraps on frivolous things. So here we are in the volcano base. It's like a labor camp. The deity is a farce, and it's actually just abducting the people from Rococo and forcing them to work in this factory. This is a very strange dungeon because most of the plot triggers are in the bathroom. So if you're playing casually and you're ever lost in here, there's a good chance that if you just go into the bathroom, there's going to be some kind of cutscene and some kind of plot trigger.
Yeah, I remember the first time I played this, I was stuck here for quite a while.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, easily 2 to 3 hours. You can can be lost. Oh, okay, we're fine.
Oh, nice. So this is a bit of a stealth mission. These hackers are just walking around in a set pattern. They have quite terrible vision. But if they do happen to see you, then they send you back to the beginning. We take advantage of that at one point, just to quick travel. But generally, you don't want to get caught by them. So the first bathroom visit, we overheard a conversation we shouldn't have overheard. And the hackers got nervous and were like, whoa, 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 please don't tell anybody. Here, I'll give you this stamp. And that gives us authorization to go deeper into the volcano base.
Yeah, most of the hacker NPCs that talk to you are pretty amusing, a little charming, and I don't know. Oh, and this conversation we hear, it's not made clear, but what's going on is Rose is talking to Dr. Ainz. So Rose is the pink-purple text, and Dr. Ainz is the yellow text. But then they realize there's somebody listening in on their conversation. They kick him out. And he says, 100 years of toilet cleaning duty. Get out of here.
The sweat marks over his head as he scrambles away.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Yeah.
It's so good. So these tiny little commanders are actually quite dangerous. Not for our purposes, but in a casual playthrough. When you kill them, they explode. And the explosion does a ton of damage. It's really, really powerful. But they also have one of my favorite attacks. They walk up to you and they gather their courage and they sing the world's worst note. And it's like this really sour, wrinkly music note that just falls on the ground and explodes.
The power of music.
It's great.
So the hacker that got sent to 100 years of toilet cleaning duty is in fact Kotetsu in disguise. He's like, you got tricked by the invitation. It's a shame. So he's here for a purpose that is not the reason why the Rococo villagers were tricked. So he feels bad for us. He's like, hey, if you want to escape, go out this way. It's a garbage chute. It goes into the volcano. Good luck.
Yeah, it goes at the volcano somewhere.
It could go into lava, but no, it's fine. Well, okay. So in this category, since we fought a few extra power moles, we could fight less encounters here, but we are trying to get to our next level, level 11, I believe. And these boss toads give quite a good amount of experience, but only if they appear in a group.
Yeah, one thing that's a little bit dicey is that the overworld shows you what the first enemy in the formation is going to be. So you know that this encounter is going to have a gator, but you don't know what slots 2 and 3 are going to be in that encounter. And the boss toads are in quite a few different formations, and some of them have enemies that we do not want to see. But the formations are always the same, so if you fight, for instance, this boss toad, you always know that this encounter is going to be a safe one. You always know it's going to be 1 or 2 or 3 boss toads, but some of the other ones can have birds.
Yeah.
So he has to pick his fights carefully.
Yeah, we've already noted from the beginning of the game that birds are to be respected, and especially these quick birds, because they are much faster than we are, and they hit hard. Thankfully, because we have Robot 2, if we make a mistake, it's okay. It's just a little bit of time loss. But if you're running low on repairs, it could be pretty devastating.
That one, that up left one, is the one that has birds.
Yep. Yeah, like one of the boss toads towards the bottom left in the previous room, they usually come paired with some commanders. And I think both of them do. Spider cut. Okay.
Spider. So coming up is 2 extremely scary rooms. Hopefully you won't see why. But there's a pair of invisible enemies in each one of these. That one's good. The second room is usually safe. Those invisible enemies are, man, I don't know. They're not the metal slime. They're like diet metal slime. They give a lot of experience, but they're so powerful. Yeah, there are 6 different types of them throughout the game, and every time you fight them, you want to run away. Otherwise, you're going to see some really funny attacks that do a tremendous amount of damage. So we've made it back. We've escaped from the volcano. And apparently the deity wants a sacrifice of a pretty girl. And thankfully Mint is here, so
Yeah,
we volunteer her for this.
it's kind of a shame, but the chief says, like, there are no pretty girls in this village. I'm like, oh. I didn't notice that the first time, but she's like, wait a minute, I
Yeah.
heard that. I'm pretty, here we go. But there's a cool little thing coming up that can save a few seconds. I shouldn't mess it up, but depending on what I'm holding.
Wait here and the deity will come. We're scared of him. Bye.
Like, they just walk right past the hacker. It's like, hey, how's it going, Jeff? Oh, wait. We're called Jeff. I was going to say random name Bob. Oh, there we go. All right. There we go.
Nice.
So you could barely see it, but Dr. Einst was walking towards Mint, and you can open up this treasure chest, which is a key item, so you get a fanfare, and you can save a few seconds because you can essentially open them at the same time before the cutscene begins. Anyway, Dr. Einst is like, oh my god, it's Mint, and she's like, you coward, and he runs away. So since we've done a big portion of the plot, what do we do? Well, let's go back to the restroom, because everything happens in the restroom. All right, little one. Okay.
Yeah, and this part in particular is a little bit,
Little one?
wow, tough position here.
Oh, dang it. All right.
Oh, this
First-
should be fine.
yeah.
He's facing away.
Yeah.
If the game thinks that you're trying to run past an enemy, it'll usually give initiative to the enemy. So anytime you're offset by a row like that and initiating encounter, it's a little bit scary. But since that enemy was facing away from us when we encountered, we get the advantage. Yeah, this section's a little bit weird because you collected a key and there's a locked door right up here, and you can go through the locked door, but none of the plot triggers that we need are over there until we go to the bathroom. So Mint has followed Dr. Einst into the bathroom. He's disappeared somewhere in here, but she can't look because it's the men's room. So we have to go. We have to go take care of it.
So go to the toilet elevator.
Yes, it's just great.
I just think about what it would be like. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Okay, it's okay.
Oh,
Yeah, so
so
there's...
there's Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, there's a buffer you can do, and you can time it so that these invisible laser beams does not hit you and summon the enemies on both sides. 3, 4. But I messed up the first
Nice.
one. It's okay, because the timing is a little bit tight. It depends on... I tend to watch the buffering movement, and that seems to be a mistake, because sometimes I don't get all 5. But the plot trigger was to go into this room that had a mysterious wall, or that was what they wanted us to think, but all you had to do was really enter the room and exit, and then we had the plot trigger complete. So Mint's like, oh well, I guess I'll look elsewhere. So, key...
All of the triggers in this dungeon are just so great. So here's our buddy Kotetsu again, undercover. He's escaped his 100 years sentence. So we've walked through this invisible beam, and we're like, yo, Kotetsu, what's going on? I walked through some beam I couldn't see. He tells us that there's this device called chameleon goggles that'll let you see invisible things, the door and the tripwires. But we can't get into R&D, so we go and we assist the chef. The R&D has ordered some food from catering, but the chef is too busy to go deliver it, so we're gonna do it.
Let's see if I get this. It's pretty cool when it works. Nice.
Oh, really good.
Yeah, so a little bit of a delay, you can avoid the laser beam. Lion, okay. Yeah, these lions you do not want to mess with. And most enemies here we don't really want to mess with.
Right.
So I'm gonna get my trusty smoke bombs ready.
I think we are able to kill Cannon X and Gun Robot, but it's still best to just not if you don't have to. There are 3 guards here guarding a very important room. That's gonna become more important in a little bit. But right now, Corp is just collecting some capsules. In any percent, we wouldn't need any of them except for one particular one in this room. But it's nice to have the extra resources, particularly the Scrap 7. That's the laser affiliation scrap. Lasers are super cool weapons, and they're a lot of fun to use. But we need to use Scrap 7 for a side quest later. So that just saves us time from having to buy it. Is that good enough? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jumped the gun a little bit there. All right, so R&D is starving, so we deliver the food and we read a big book and prepare for the longest menu in this game. All right, so
Right. So, as always, we make the plot item first, hopefully, so that we don't forget and leave. Because again, that's always exciting. We're going to be making our final weapon, the best weapon that we can get. Probably the best weapon in the game, depending on how you look at it. So it's always exciting to make that first, and then you leave without the plot item and feel real bad.
we'll just do this now. I'm going to save Act 3 for Robot 3, so you guys have something to do in the final fight. But we would normally get rid of this and recycle it. There we go. All right, back to business.
So, we learned how to make punch from the Inventor's Friend book back home before we went to the South Isle. Corp is going to make 9 punch ones. So the way that combination works is that you can increase the level of most weapons by combining it with a similar weapon. So you can upgrade punch 1 level 1 to punch 2 level 2 if you combine it with another punch 1. So one of those punch 1s is going to be upgraded to punch 3, and then the other 8 are going to be taped on to punch 3 to make it a punch 3 level 9. That'll increase its power as high as it can go.
Just love the visual image of just these random punches on the main punch.
Yeah.
A multi-arm.
Yeah, and it's sword 4 with a bunch of other swords taped onto it. But this would be a great time for
Yeah, if we have any announcements.
our host to take it away.
Yeah, for sure. So I want to call out a couple of our donations that came in earlier with no comment. So we got $10 from Greffrey, $25 from Mechalink, and $25 from Shuffy. Thank you so much for those donations. We also got $25 from Epsilon Moonshade, also with no donation comment, but thank you again for donating to Nami. And then I want to call out a couple donations from Glenn Frognight, who really pushed us over the top for that Visit the Developer Room incentive. Glenn donated $200, said, "Good luck, Corporate Image. Awesome to see you here and supporting a great cause." And then Glenn Frognight also finished off that incentive with a $126 donation and said, "In fact, let's hit that incentive." And in fact, we did. So thank you so much to everybody who donated for that. I do want to call attention to one particular donation incentive that we have coming up in our next run, which is the Ultima 4 bonus run. We need $1,500 for that. We're currently at $595. And I also just want to tease to everybody watching that bonus run will actually not be performed by the runner organMike, but will be done by the runner's second grade daughter. So kind of a exciting tandem run, maybe we'll call that. But the bonus Ultima 3 run is open now and accepting donations. And lastly, if I have a second, I just want to mention a very big milestone we have coming up for RPG Limit Break. We are less than $1,000 away from $1 million cumulative raise throughout all RPG Limit Break marathons. We are incredibly excited about hitting that milestone. We will get there in less than $1,000, like I said. And what I would love to see in chat is let's get a $10 train going for $10 or 10 years of RPG Limit Break. And just whatever your favorite RPG Limit Break memory is, something that comes to mind when you think of RPG Limit Break, let's just get those $10 donations in. I will read all of those comments for you, and let's get across that incredibly meaningful milestone for the event.
Yes, thank you, everybody. All right. I don't have to do this, but I will.
Okay. So with the chameleon glasses, we can now go see what's in that strange dead end.
Yeah, with the mysterious wall. All right, looks good. And you could put on the chameleon glasses throughout the rest of your playthrough if you want to, but when you do, everything turns red, and I don't particularly like looking at red all the time. Oh, I messed up. That's right.
No, it's pretty rough.
Okay.
I think even in my PB, I think I unequipped the glasses once I didn't need them. Even for like some cutscenes, some flashbacks, if you have the glasses on in the present, the flashback will be red.
I went the wrong way. He's thinking of what to do soon. All right. Yeah, just to show it off, this is what the glasses look like. There they are. Red.
Red.
And they also have a function in battle. I think they let you see what capsules are good and what are not so good. Some capsules just randomly explode. Some of them heal you up. Some of them upgrade your equipment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Too early. Okay.
Ooh.
So I need to slow down a little bit. But you can see the buffer technique pretty much works, but you need to watch carefully or time it better. So when everything's red, it's red. It's hard to read.
It's in red. I can't read it.
So this is Dr. Ein's diary. He mentions how he was embarrassed, so he came up with a revenge strategy by working with the hackers. He could lure the Rococo citizens here, put them to work, and then use the eruption machine to take advantage of the villagers who worship the deity, associate the deity with the volcano. So essentially, Dr. Ein isn't a good guy, so he turns us into a mouse.
The mouse form is so cute. I love it.
Yeah, you can see the little thingy.
The magnifying glass, yeah. So mouse form can do things that human form can't. Mouse form can go in the mouse holes here and run through the ducts. So mouse can get to rooms that are locked or guarded. But mouse is too short to use the invention machine, so mouse can't do that.
So we see Mint here, once again encountering a mouse. She just doesn't have very good luck with mice. But what she did was somehow stumbled into this locked room. This is the Quake machine. And Kotetsu shows up. Kotetsu knows a little bit about what's going on, how some hackers have been either disobedient or negligent or whatever, and they've been turned into mice. So he betted that we were human or human form. And he's like, hey, get her out of here, then I'll make a deal. So Kotetsu wants some treasure, and he's willing to trade our human form for that treasure. I gotta go find it.
I was just thinking, does the garbage chute work again? Or are you prevented from going in that door? I don't know if I've ever checked.
That's a really good question. I know you can use it, but I'm not sure about mouse form. Oh well, I'll just redo this.
Yeah, just reload.
Yeah, we could fight these guys. It's no problem. They can be dicey if they get initiative. But fights do take some time. I'll pick up this capsule on the way out. So Kotetsu told us that the treasure room is guarded by 3 hackers, which we briefly saw that not too long ago. And there's no way in. You can't fight them. If you show up as a mouse, they say, hey, mice are cute. So the only way in is through the back, through the ventilation. And that's being currently guarded by some more mice. And they're hungry, and they're saying, hey, mouse cleaning is happening in the lunchroom, which is a nice way to say extermination. So go stop that somehow, and we'll move. But that's okay. Hackers aren't very competent.
What? This mouse isn't afraid of humans?
I do not match. There we go.
Nice. So one thing that Corp did during the punch crafting is that he programmed a new attack. So the lead off slot in the run command is RRR, which is just a triple punch. Or I guess with punch, it's a 9x punch. But a common mistake is that since you're so used to just mashing the A button to choose your first option in that menu for the RXR teleport slash, sometimes you do that after you've overwritten it. And then you're just standing there punching in place while the enemies walk up and hit you.
All right, this.
This is probably going to be okay.
Yeah, nah. All right.
Nope.
We'll be okay. We do not have access to smoke bombs when we are in mouse form, so we're gonna have to run. Thankfully, our robot is tanky. It's just a matter of time. If it got really bad, I would have no backup. I was thinking I could use a cure, but I can't.
Ah, right.
It's one of the disadvantages of mouse form is you can't use items during battle. That's okay. All right. Talked to him twice for good measure. Then we go to the
So
treasure
Kotetsu
room.
asked us to get this. Asked us to get this treasure. And unlike, say, Earthbound, where the treasure is in the form of like wad of cash or really big diamond, in this game it's just actually 5,000 GP that is real and added to your total, and is spendable. The game knows this. It's actually really neat. The mouse can go to the R&D room, but you can't use the invention machine. If you try, it's like, I can't reach the control panel. So you can't spend anything that way. But if you level up, sometime after collecting Kotetsu's money and before giving it to him, you can spend the money in the portable R&D room. And if you go back to Kotetsu with like 50 golds, then you've spent all of the treasure, he'll just be like, is that all there was? Oh well.
Well, thanks. Meet you in the room where you were transformed into a mouse. And good luck if you forgot what I just said, because
Yeah.
because you could be wandering around this entire place for hours and not know where to go.
Yeah.
Can I jump in
So
with
also in
a
the
quick
treasure
update?
room-
Sure.
Oh yes, please.
So we are closing in on $1 million for RPG Limit Break over our 10-year history. We're less than $500 away from that milestone now. So keep the donations coming in. We have a $200 donation from Manxum Bromide, who says, "It's hard for me to spare time this week, but any day with a Robotrek and an Ultima 4 run is a good one."
Thank you, everybody, for your generosity.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, did it. All right. So this door was sealed, and you couldn't see. If you can't see the entryway with the goggles, normally you can't enter. But mouse can go many places. Let's go back to where we
I
were.
think Mouse can even equip the goggles and open up that door.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Oh, I'm gonna have to try that later because it's kind of amusing. If that's so,
Yeah, because I feel like I remember timing it, but I don't remember the outcome.
okay. Sounds like a good thing to do, at the very least to show it off. So, Kotetsu gave us a hint about, like, our general idea is we're going to try to stop the Quake machine. And he's like, no, you can't do that, but there are people who know about it. And before I talked to a mouse who got turned, he was a hacker that got turned into a mouse.
Go get the capsule?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so that
I
would
just saw it.
yeah, that was the last capsule in. Yeah, I was supposed to pick that up earlier, but I neglected to do so. But yeah, we activated self-destruct, which is what the hacker did accidentally, and he was punished by being turned into a mouse. But with that,
Yeah, I like that the engineer did it accidentally, but it didn't explode.
they had buckets of water on standby.
Yeah, Kotetsu tells you this, and his parting message is, "Don't make a mess of it." And we immediately go in the next room and blow up the whole base. So also in the treasure room were two incredibly strong items. The first is the one that he has equipped right now, whose true power you haven't seen yet. That's Sword 4. That's like this game's courtesy bailout in case you've not used your scraps terribly well. It's a sword that commands the power of lightning, and when you swing it, it automatically hits each enemy in each row, and it does a huge amount of damage. And obviously can be upgraded, and it can be upgraded cheaply because it's a sword. And the other item is Scrap 9. That's a very high-level utility scrap. It combines with basically everything and makes it really good. We're going to be saving it for a particular combination later. So back in town, we found the shaman, and he's turning the townspeople into mice for defying the deity. And he turns to us, and we're intruding again. The shaman's angry, and somehow this weird mouse magic backfires. Everybody goes back to normal, and he becomes a mouse. I don't really know anything about what happens here, but it sure did.
Do I have time for a couple donations?
Sure.
Yep.
Great. Amazero donates $25 and says, "Hi, Corp. Amazero, has Samus arrived? I'm so happy to watch one of my favorite streamers speedrunning Robotrek for a good cause. On my birthday. Good luck. And may the punches be ever in your favor. Less than 3. And then we have Profnest donating $100. Oops, an extra 0. How did that get in there? Anyway, yay, 10 years. And oh my gosh, I think I'm going to need to hop off the headset for just a second. More on that in just a moment, if you could give us a second here at the host stand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm doing,
Yeah, smart save.
I'm doing a safety save because what's coming up could be quite punishing. We should be fine because we have, I think, 7 repairs. But in normal any percent, you would probably have 3 or 4 by this point. And the next boss fight, you're expecting to use at least 2 repairs. What we're going to do here is pick up some items. These are definitely necessary in the 80% run, but in this one it's optional, but it just makes everything a lot smoother. They're money items, just money itself, and then hammer 2, which can be recycled for 3,000 GP.
Alrighty, everyone. This is Von coming in with an extremely special announcement. We just received a $500 donation. And with that donation, we are now at $19,844 for the marathon. And with that, that means that over the 10 years of RPG Limit Break, we have raised for the National Alliance on Mental Illness $1 million! That $500 donation came from T. Murdoch, and it says, $1 million. Everyone, I cannot express truly how much this community is so gracious and so generous with all the donations and everything that they contribute to such a fantastic cause. And the fact that we have hit that particular milestone is, I'm shaking right now. Like, it's truly, truly incredible. Thank you all so much for everything you've done for us over the past decade. And all I got to say is 1 million down. Now we're working on our 2nd million, I guess. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, so we found Dr. Einstein. He's very fascinated by this robot that we found, Napoleon. So he launches his special robot, Big Eye, and there's a really cool manipulation we can do. When you go down the screen, swap out, he's in a perfect position for a back attack, and you do quite a lot of damage. And we have the opportunity to one-shot, or one-round him, I guess is a better way of saying it, if we get a critical hit and a triple punch. However, he can block our attacks as if he has a shield, and usually blocks 1 or 2. I have seen the triple block before, but not recently. There's a double block.
Here's a double block, yeah. So this strategy is set up. Again, we are quite under-geared and under-leveled for this area, so we can't really fight him toe-to-toe. So yeah, we're set up to guarantee that we hit him if he's not blocking, and guarantee to die if he hits us, just because we can force him into this. Nice, another triple no block. We can force him into this cycle so that we're guaranteed a back attack with our power robot. one thing that Corp had to do is he had to unequip his shield. That's why he has Sword 4 in his offhand. Because otherwise we would be able to block, and if we block one attack, then oh no, PJ dies out of sequence, and it screws up the entire fight.
There we go.
Nice.
Just barely. All right. Good fight.
Quite good. I really like that fight. That's such a cool strategy.
All right. I don't have to do this now. You could delay it a little bit, but by doing it now, we can not forget about it later. So we're going to turn Robot 2 into a fighter, and he already has quite a lot of defense, so it saves a bit of time by not converting Robot 1 and just boosting its guard the same way.
Yeah, since Robot 2 is generally our guarding robot here, and we need 99 guard, it's just faster to make him the attacker instead of trying to swap all the stats over.
There we go. And then glasses. So this robot is Napoleon, and he recognizes us of all things. It's really strange. Jeff, is that you? It's me, Napoleon. So Napoleon recognizes we're in a volcano, and it's kind of unsteady. So before anything happens, he gives us Stone 3, so we completed our quest. We have all pieces of the Tetron. We just need to find our father. But because Napoleon recognizes the danger, he says, you know, let's get out of here, and if we can't get out of here, I will get you out of here. So Napoleon's going to make a great sacrifice. Stand back.
This wall is unsteady, but not unsteady enough for us to break with the drill. We need Napoleon to body slam it open.
And he's slowly destroying parts of his body. And we get this sad music. And it's so heartfelt, and we don't even know who he is.
Napoleon, no! Whoever you are, you mean so much to me.
It's no good. So Napoleon says, I'll just be scrap metal, so save the pieces, and you never know. But thankfully we're a genius inventor young man, so we'll be able to do something with it later, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I was a kid, this meant that anytime I got any piece of equipment or any item, I tried to combine it with scrap A. It was like, oh, I can turn Napoleon into a sword. This is going to be so cool. But no, you can't. Scrap A, despite having the same name and same sprite as the other scraps, is a plot item.
Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is intentionally fighting these guys. We need to get to level 15 soon, and we're kind of far away. But these enemies here typically give you more experience on average compared to the next area we're going to, and they are easier to defeat since we have 30 more speed and Sword 4. Oh, spider. Okay. We could actually fight spiders now, but still want to give them some breathing room.
So Sword 4 is great because it hits every enemy in each row, regardless of where the capsules are. We could already kind of do that before, but because there are enemies that have resistance to the run command, Sword 4 is elemental. It's a different... Goodness. Nice. Basically, enemies that are resistant to the run command are usually not resistant to elemental. So at this point, we are able to kill most things that we're able to hit. We're able to bypass resistances. It's also worth noting that even though Sword 4 is elemental, if Corp uses RXR or one of the other run commands, the run property overrides that elemental flag. So even though lightning is striking them, that's not elemental, that's run type.
Yeah, so later there's an option to use the RXR command, and it's a little bit faster. It's like a second or a second and a half faster on average. Or you can use the lightning strikes, which are guaranteed, but a little slower. And it's safer to use the lightning strikes because we're going to have to change our equipment. Speaking of, let's do this. There we go. You have to change your equipment to accommodate that. So right now we have a bomb backpack, I guess you could call it, attached to our robot. And that allows us to execute the RXR command. But when you equip something else, because we're going to get the option later, we can no longer do that run command.
Right.
Hey, can I break in with another quick update here?
Absolutely.
So, Moonblaze
Yes,
Wolf,
please.
I sort of phase shifted into Von Yvonne for a second there so we could announce the $1 million mark. That was incredible. I get to announce that we have just hit $20,000 for Nami for this year's event.
Nice.
So we're just hitting all sorts of milestones this morning. We've also met the upgrade soundtrack incentive for A12 Princess, which is the run coming up immediately after this one. And I just wanted to read one donation that helped us meet some of these milestones that we are shooting for. We got $10 from Roro, who says, "First time I've caught RPG Limit Break live, but love watching the VODs of older events. Looking forward to more events. Good luck on your run, Corporate Image. Glad to see Robotrek getting some love, less than 3. And I also just want to say, seems like this has been a wonderful run. Lots of history with this game at RPG Limit Break. So seems very fitting that we've got this crew in this game here for some of these milestones. Very good run. We got a long way to go. So let's keep enjoying Robotrek.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for watching and supporting, everybody. It's definitely an honor to be a part of this.
So we get a call from our mother Nagisa saying something's happened. So we go home and we immediately get arrested because apparently the mayor is accusing us of stealing jewelry. So they take the Tetron pieces back. So we do what we do in any good RPG, which is whenever we're in jail or in prison, in order to escape, we need to annoy the guards. So I use my surprise horn. Bing, 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 bing. All right. We just picked up a new item called Change. So now we could freely turn into a mouse. Not here. The mayor will be mad. He'll cut my pay. All right.
Oh no. So now that we have the ability to change into a mouse, there are a few different forms that you can take in this game. Mouse, red, and another one that we'll get at level 20. Hey mouse, what a goofy face. All the dialogue, all of the interactions are different depending on what form you're in. And for anybody who's watching who might be motivated to play this game and hasn't yet, I recommend that you take the time to talk to everybody as a mouse and talk to everybody with glasses on and try and interact with things. Because there's a lot of just really fun, cute interactions and dialogue changes that we just don't have time to show off.
Yeah, so,
So we go back home. Yep.
I was going to say, coming up is,
Take it away.
is an odd mechanic. He wants us to push, so you have to hold the up button and A at the same time. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I don't think I've ever seen that in any other RPG where that type of interface exists, but it's here, and it's only used once.
And A also talks to Carl, so sometimes you get hey, are you even pushing? So these are the sewers. This is a quite notorious area in Robotrek, because this is where the metal slime is. Particularly if anybody has seen the previous, or the first, I guess, RPG Limit Break run of this, you'll be familiar with the shell enemies in here. But the sewers have some pretty nasty enemies that we really don't want to deal with. Those stars, the Lux stars, they're quite problematic. Even with Sword 4, even with all of our power, we cannot handle them. Urchin is okay. But we do need to hit level 15 by the end of this area. 15 is going to unlock an item that we really want. So we have to take just whatever encounters are worthwhile and doable. The octopus enemies give some pretty good experience, but sometimes they're in nasty formations. So it's just picking and choosing, walking around the enemies that you're able to and fighting the ones that are good experience. Another fun thing that I like about the sewers is at the first room, there's a shop just to the north, and the shop is run by a mouse. So if you're also a mouse, or if you're using the relay to speak to mice, he'll offer to sell you some scraps. And I think in this one you can buy scrap 1, 4, 5, and 7. So if you want to upgrade swords or axes, punches, or lasers, you can buy scraps from that mouse.
Whoa.
Oh.
We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
It's one of those rooms where, I'm surprised they gave you initiative there.
Me too. I was
That's
not
usually,
expecting that.
that's like a textbook definition of when they shouldn't, but worked out. This room is also quite dicey. You can use the smoke, but you can also just not. The fish move really slowly, and it's kind of scary to see him slowly drifting towards you. But you can't get into an encounter while the dialogue is open, like we saw with the spiders. And Corp trapped the top fish at the top. So that was quite well done. That room is deceptively difficult to avoid an encounter.
All right, crab. Yeah, when these house crabs are on these narrow strips of platform, you typically just want to take the encounter. They could just move, but they're pretty slow and shifty. And they almost always drop. Oh, he didn't.
Oh.
One of the best drops in the game.
Yeah, those are the...
Just a single GP.
Such an insulting drop.
It's a single gold point. All right. This looks quick. No, not quick enough. All right. So this is a tricky setup. It depends on this luck star. He didn't do it. You don't have to do it this way. No. We want this luck star to move either right or down. Okay, that's perfect. So
Nice.
then when you use a smoke bomb, you have enough time to use the drill, pick up the capsule, and leave. But this is RNG based, and it's all because of the luck star. All right. All right, fine.
Yep. It's another one of those situations where if you're committed to waiting for him, he's just going to sit there for 20 minutes.
Yeah, so PJ mentioned the formations of enemies can be dicey, and there's some that are safe to take and some that are not. So this room in particular is pretty rough because we have to avoid these octopus.
The bottom guy is good.
Oh, he's good? Okay.
Yeah, bottom guy is triple octopus. The top one is Luckstar.
Luckstar. Yeah, and then in the next room, essentially below us right now, there's some octopus walking around, and they usually have Luckstars as well.
I forgot about that fish. I thought this was an empty room.
Yeah, wrong one. It gets me sometimes. I just charge right in and bang encounter. But it's a simple little manipulation to go. You can pick a direction left or right, and he'll follow that way. So enemies react in certain ways. They either meander about, they track your initial movement and try to reach that position, or they move in a fixed way and then eventually will charge you in some sort of way. So the fish will track your initial movement and then go to that position so that you can manipulate them. These guys meander about. Okay. So we just picked up an empty pack, and I have no idea what it's used for.
Oh, empty pack is super fun.
Okay.
You can combine it with weather to make solar pack.
Okay.
Which is a pack that regenerates your health in battle. Every turn it gives you some portion. I don't remember what the number is based on. I don't remember if it's random or percent based. But yeah, it's an end of turn regen. Empty pack you usually see from that's unlucky. You usually see if you have the what's it called? I think it's quick pack.
Mm-hmm. There's a turbo pack, quick pack, power pack, and the other one.
And shield.
Shield pack. There we go.
Yeah. So quick pack is a really weird name because it doesn't boost your speed. What quick pack does is if you die in battle, it revives you for free once.
Again.
And then it turns into an empty pack, and you can combine empty pack with a repair to get quick pack back. So it's just a one-time free revive. This is a rough room right now.
It's all right. We have 3 repairs, and I could go and purchase a couple. Or we're going to do that anyway, so. But
right.
We're almost finished. I just I made a bad decision.
Oh.
I did repair the robot.
He might not take 2 turns. Might be okay.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, but oh no, PJ is dead anyways.
Yeah, that's one of the issues. Okay, we have iframes. Okay.
Whoop.
All right. Unnecessarily risky, but it's all good. So there is a manipulation you can do here. It takes a lot to set up, but there's a fish right above us who tracks our initial movement, and it will try to. I'm going to fight this guy. It will try to block your path, and it almost always does. But if you go to the right, and after you see the house crab pop up, and make sure he's not blocking the bridge, you can go back to the right, use a smoke bomb, run all the way here, get Axe 3, run all the way back, and you have just the amount of time to avoid an encounter with this fish. It's a lot of effort for almost no time save, but it is a time save.
And I think we want the experience at this point anyways.
Yeah, so that's something you would go for if you either know you're already level 15 or very, very close. So I don't think we're very close because I've been trying to avoid stuff. All right. Oh, we will fight this guy.
Corp, can I jump in with a couple donations here?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So I wanted to call some attention to the next kind of major incentives we have coming up, which is for the Ultima 4 run. We have a couple donations for that. BD Jeffy P donates $125 and says, we need to see that Ultima 3 bonus run. Let's make that happen. How about a donation train? Let's all chip in a bit and get this incentive met. I like that idea. And Phoenix 4 donates $100 and says, Ultima 4 is a passion of mine. Love seeing it at RPG Limit Break. Happy 40th birthday this year to Ultima 4. And just a quick update on those. We only need $10 more to meet the Abyss Glitch exhibition. We're at $490 out of $500 for that. So somebody could just, search in the couch cushions for a second and finish that one off. And then we need just a little bit under $400 for the bonus Ultima 3 run, which is at $1,115 out of $1,500. And just as a reminder, that is not going to be performed by the runner organMike. It is going to be performed by organMike's daughter, which is kind of a neat little twist on a bonus run. So looking forward to that.
All right, so after the sewers, we arrive at the mayor's mansion. And the whole reason we're here is because Carl helped us out because he wanted to help his mother out, who's working for the mayor. And he doesn't make her job easy, so he wants a little bit of revenge. So in the mayor's mansion, we're going to discover a few things. The first thing is why were we arrested? And that we learn that this is the real mayor. He was shoved into this room and put in lock and key. And he says Rose, his secretary, is behind everything. So now,
What?
I know. But he wants a way out, and we need to prove that the current mayor that's occupied is in the mayor's room is an imposter. So we need help. We need an adult's help. But who can we turn to for help? There's not many characters in Robotrek. It's Mint.
Kotetsu?
If we could find him, he might be disguised as like a bush somewhere.
He's that guy with the green mustache? We beat up the first guard to get through. These guys, how bad can they be? They say that mice are cute. You can beat up this guy also. He's upset that you beat up the other guard. This just makes the return trip a little bit quicker, so you don't have to turn into a mouse and use the tunnels again. So we did hit level 15, the last encounter of the sewers, which is great. So we have to make a little bit of a detour. Gonna at least do all the plot triggers up to the final one for the mayor and boss fight sequence. But then we're gonna go take care of some business so we can win the fight. The whole reason that we're using this defensive robot build instead of an evasion build is critical hits ignore evasion and ignore resists. We've touched upon it a little bit before, but critical hits are going to be like the cornerstone of the run moving forward, and it really begins here. So This next boss has the highest critical hit rate in the entire game. He has a critical hit rate of 50%. So if we did try an evasion build, we would die in half the turns. So all we can do is just crank our defense as high as we possibly can and just trade hits with him. So his crits, instead of killing us, will do, I don't know, 8 damage or something. The reason we needed level 15 is because that allows us, or it makes us smart enough to, yeah, boots 4. I was a little worried. There.
Yeah, part of this category is it's a mess for your inventory management. I haven't been doing much of it, but that's one of the challenges here. So it's okay.
Yeah, the inventory gets out of control in a real hurry. Yeah, so level 15 makes us smart enough to read the book that describes Shield Pack. That replaces our bomb. That means that we can't use RXR because X is the bomb. But it gives us some really good stats. It gives us more defense and it gives us more evasion. He also crafted the rollerblades, which is one of my favorite pieces of equipment. I'm really glad that it made it back into the route. That used the scrap 3 that we got from Old House. The rollerblades, I mean, boots really don't do much. Mostly they increase your ability or your capabilities of moving in battle. You can move like 1 or 2 tiles farther as you upgrade your boots. The rollerblades and boots 6 make you move really fast, which is a lot of fun. When you're going for back attacks and need to navigate fights, it's really great. And boots 5 are just like really messed up defensively. Incredibly good equipment that we'll see later. So yeah, we're mostly using boots 4 here just so we can navigate behind some of the next few bosses and get back attacks.
Yeah, so I made
interestingly, boots 3 through 6 allow you to block if you don't have shield.
We do pick up a boots 3 somewhere, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That could be useful. Didn't think about that. So if we had played casually and talked to this dog, it would have been really friendly and walked around. And you could have taken this dog around the town and eventually talked to the mayor, and he would have said, "I don't like dogs." So Mint knows that. She says, "Hey, this is a great way to expose the imposter for who he is." So let me set up an interview, and we say, "Hey, mayor, here's a dog." He's like, "Oh, it's a cute dog." So we know
Oh, what a cute dog.
We know he's fake. All right, Papa Mecha. Great start.
Yep, very, very nice. Papa Mecha only has 540 health, so not too much. 7. So, Papa Mecha resists the run command. One of many bosses that could have ended it. One of many bosses that resists the run command. So we're basically just hoping for a crit. I think a single back attack crit will end it.
Very good.
As we see. So the damage went from 7 for a front attack to 27 for a back attack to 580 with a crit. So that's the importance of critical hits, and that is why we're using Punch 3. Punch 3 has a 25% critical hit chance. Punch 2 has a 12.5% critical hit chance, and most other melee weapons have a critical hit chance of 1 in 6. Sorry, 1 in 16. 6.25%. So for those bosses that resist the run commands, having to rely on a crit or relying on single swings with the other weapons is quite slow. So we're just going to be crossing our fingers.
So we were finally able to max out our speed, which is really important. Speed is our hit rate and also our evasion. I think it's also our evasion rate. I don't know if there's a separate stat for evasion. Okay. So, what we had to do was find the key to open the door to the mayor. And sometimes Papa Mecha will drop a capsule, and it contains like 3,500 GP, which is nice to see, but in a speedrun, it is actually pretty slow because you have to open the capsule first before you can get the key. So rescuing the mayor, he says, I hid away one of the stones in my fireplace before Rose can take all of them. So that's your reward. It's the thing you already had. What you can do is you can talk to an NPC afterward, and he says, hey, if you go in the back, there's some money that the mayor uses for bribes. You can go have it. So you can take 2,000 GP. But unfortunately, you can only get it after talking to the NPC, I think. All right, so we picked up Stone 1, the lights went dark, Rose talked, and then we lost Stone 1 somehow.
We got Stone L, and we lost Stone 1.
That's right.
Sometimes they forget to put spaces in.
Yeah, well, there's one later where it's a little bit more obvious that they didn't proofread the sentence, but it's okay, it's okay. So we go to the roof, and then there's Rose, and she says, haha, good job, kid, and then she disappears. Then we have some time.
Is it time for me to make some announcements? Fantastic.
Sure.
Well, I just want to remind everybody, we hit $1 million cumulative for 10 years of RPG Limit Break earlier in this run. So I just want to take a moment and read a few more of the donations that got us there. We had $10 from Phoenix Captain that just says, much love to the tech crew. Yes, thank you, tech crew, for keeping things running as smoothly as possible this week. We have a $200 anonymous donation that says, so excited to watch RPG Limit Break. Thank you for organizing the event and good luck to all the runners. We have $200 from Murdoch who says, let's go, 1 million lifetime hype. And it's going to a good cause too. Absolutely, Nami is a fantastic cause. We have $10 from My Hero Zero who says, congratulations on 10 years of RPG Limit Break, and here's to the $1 million milestone. And if I could just also mention, we have met the Abyss Glitch exhibition for Ultima 4. So that will be happening a little bit later on this afternoon.
Nice.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, so as we were leaving, we saw some kids talking. They found a talking crab by the harbor. So they do what kids do and go to the harbor and start torturing it. Turns out this little crab is Metacrab, and he's very thankful that we saved him. We had to trade our surprise horn so that the kids could go annoy everybody in Rococo to save Metacrab. But it's worth it, because Metacrab has information on our father. It's like, hey, go there, go talk to the fisherman. Hey, go talk to the fisherman is what he says. And then there's this guy. The talking crab told me about you. Made my living by crabbing. Wouldn't be right to refuse a crab's request. So he gives us a...
I love this guy.
He's such a cool-looking character.
Yeah.
Snowy hair, and he's fixing a fishing rod. And then we come to the longest cutscene in the game, where we don't have to do anything. 30 whole seconds.
So this next area has one of, I think, the coolest additions in this category. There's like this whole side room that we just don't ever have to interact with in any percent. But it's a pretty neat cave that has some unique dialogue and a fun Easter egg. I'm really glad that we're going to be able to show that off here.
Thank goodness for smoke bombs. Ugh.
Yes. Yeah, those birds are no longer a lethal threat to us because we have Sword 4. Sword 4 can handle them. But they are still a threat of wasting a whole lot of time.
I love this cave too.
It's so good.
There's no one here.
There's no one here. Nothing to see here.
No one here. Alright, where is it? There we go. So inside this cave is a hacker who wants to quit the hacker life. I want to escape. He's terrified of the organization, and so he wants to live a simple life. So he barricaded himself in this cage to avoid interaction with the hackers. So he says, hey, I have some stuff, you can have it. So you get some Bomb 3, and then I think Boots 3 right here.
Boots 3, yeah.
That's the thing, is the hackers aren't really all that bad. There's a couple of not so good ones, but they typically just want to have a good life. And so when you show them the error of their ways, they're happy to change. All right, we'll show off this little Easter
Yeah, I
egg.
think. Yes, please. Yeah.
So there's nothing here, right? Well, there may be nothing here, or could be an invisible robot. He's Programmer Robot K. It's not important. As a reward, here's a hint.
It's not important.
Scrap 9 and 10 are useful. There you go. All right, this part is...
Yeah, and I like it that it gives you that hint. Gives you the hint about not using Scrap 9, probably well after everybody's already used Scrap 9.
Unlucky. So this part is a little bit RNG based. We have to use a smoke bomb pretty much immediately. Oops, I always do this. That's okay. Shouldn't have done that. So these birds usually face a direction that is not aggressive, but they sometimes charge you immediately. So if you can get 2 out of 3 birds to not charge you, that was a good...
Are you gonna get into... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried that the cooldown was gonna expire while you were in the menu and trigger a fight with him again.
Yeah, it's a little dicey. Okay, that's good. All right, good. Yeah, so you cannot use smoke bombs when the little tag pops up on screen to say where you are. So you have to move first, and that makes this next skip, which is normally 90%, a little bit challenging. Sometimes the bird just notices you and then immediately tries to fly in your hair.
Right, yeah. I was reminded in that previous cave when you were saying that not all the hackers are bad guys. One of the really early ones... Nice, good use.
Jump the gun.
That was just practice.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, another annoying thing is that if you freeze that bird on the right side, you'll actually get into a battle with him when you climb the rope up, which is unfortunate. But yeah, one of the earlier hackers was like, don't do evil, but evil pays the bills. Evil's the job.
That guy, he loves making snowmen, so he's got free time. Oh God, here we go.
Uh-oh.
This is the worst part of the run, in my opinion.
Uh,
But I have to wait for him to move. Okay. So yeah, this
this
thing,
bugged now.
this
Yeah.
thing has collision, and so he can block the bridge. What he does is just summons hackers on either side, and you could manipulate them over here, not too badly.
Nice.
But if he blocks the bridge and you don't use a smoke immediately, then the hackers behind you will form a pincer, and you're gonna have to fight a lot of things, or use a smoke bomb. In any percent, you don't have as many smoke bombs to spare, so it's a especially bad situation. But you do what you got to do. So we'll see if he's kinder on the second pass. All right, not too bad.
Nice. Yeah, and that one is also not as bad as long as he doesn't block the bridge, because you can just run up to this locked door anyways. You can outrun those guys. Another pretty dicey room. Like, all these rooms kind of feel bad because there are so few enemies, it feels like a waste of a smoke bomb, but they can also waste so much time.
The one thing we're trying to
So
do...
we've broken into...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, one thing we're trying to do is limit our experience. So dodging now is helpful, but it's not required. We do have an allowance of fights we can take.
Right, because we want to reach level 18 at a specific spot. And it's like run critical that happens. It's not like, oh, it'll be a little bit faster if we do. If we don't hit 18 at a specific spot, we'll be in deep trouble.
Yeah.
But fortunately, it's pretty manageable.
Yeah, so either you do the long thing, which is fight a whole bunch of encounters to get to level 19, or you backtrack to R&D, which can be very annoying, and if you don't have smoke bombs, it could be kind of dangerous and waste just as much time. But usually the trek back to R&D is faster, so hopefully we won't have to do that. So seem to be on a pretty good experience run so far.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So we made it up here, and our friends Metacrab somehow also made it to this island and got abducted and was going to be boiled for dinner. So we saved him by defeating all of those hackers, even though it may have only looked like a few in battle. And to thank us this time, he gave us the leader's badge. So now we can pass as a hacker leader, and we get access to all kinds of good places. This guy back here is Carl's dad. So he recognizes that we're from Rococo and we're the son of Dr. Akihabara. He's like, oh, I miss Carl. Can you take this letter to him? I'm sorry I disappeared. I was kidnapped by evil people and forced to work.
You're the man of the house now, Carl. Good luck.
Very good letter. He did what he could in a short time.
We're obviously very dependable. We got here by ourselves, so we can clearly get back. Okay, this is a little
We
bit.
are a hacker leader, after all.
Well, that is also true. We have some seniority. Yeah, this is one of the a little bit tedious parts of the run. You're a little bit more than halfway through, and we have to watch this really long cutscene where essentially do nothing. And you would hope it was longer because you could take a restroom break and not waste too much time running back and forth, but 30 seconds is really not enough time. All right.
Yeah, it's tough. And the enemies here are really annoying to deal with. In some of the previous runs, we would do a grind in the sewers against the crabs, and we would reach level 20 earlier. This guy, he had lots of free time, so he made some more snowmen. Love him. Yeah, so in previous runs, we would reach level 20 early, and that gives us an item called Vanish that allows us to ignore all random encounters. And it was quite nice to have Vanish for these areas, because these enemies just get in the way all the time, and you can't really manipulate them with any kind of consistency. But with the route rework and being much more efficient with the stats, it allowed us to proceed with the game at a much lower level. Which is great. It saves a ton of time, but it means that this area, and particularly the next dungeon, are a really big hassle because we don't have Vanish.
Mind if I pop in with a couple donations?
Sure.
Fantastic. Got a few more that are relevant to you and to the game, so I wanted to make sure I got those in. Azala donates $50 and says, had to donate during Corpse Run. He's a great runner and commentator that I'm happy to see featured at RPG Limit Break. Best of luck on the rest of the run.
Thank you, Zala.
And then 2-Bit Marksman donates $100 and just says, hit crabs with your huge fist.
Thanks, 2-Bit. All right, so we give the letter to Carl, and he's like, well, kidnapped or not, he just vanished. That's not nice. So we leave, and then he's like, well, hold on here. I'll give you a message that you can take back to my dad. And he chisels it into this stone tablet, the litho that he got from the very beginning of the game. So now we just got to bring this back to his dad again. Just playing mailman here for a little bit.
Yeah, I still think the litho looks like a purple cake. I'll let everyone see it for themselves and decide what you think it looks like, but I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe he just wrote in the frosting then.
I did recently play Illusion of Gaia, so I know there are some lithographs there. So I guess they got the idea from that to use that.
Yeah, Robotrek being a quintet game, there are some references to other games. I mean, there's a really obvious one where you can go to your dad's computer and it's like, hey, buy ActRaiser 2 and Illusion of Gaia. They're good games. Almost literally in those words. But Count Prinky looks pretty much just like the vampires from Illusion of Gaia as well.
And in Rococo, there's a little girl who has a dog, and she says, my dog's name is Turbo, which is another reference. All right, let's get rid of some stuff.
Yeah, classic quintet dog, Turbo.
All right, nice.
All right, nice. Just one more real pain, and then away we go.
I don't know how that happened. I hit right on the D-pad and I went down. That was interesting.
Just wanted to check if they left anything on the plate.
All right, all good.
Good pattern.
All right, here's the litho. I don't know. Looks like a cake to me. To me from Carl.
Me from Carl? Oh, wait a minute. This is blueprints for an engine.
Somehow.
Yeah.
And it's just enough to complete his invention. This Jimmy Neutron rocket ship, which he calls a blimp. I learned...
The blimp.
Oh yeah, the blimp. So with this item, this is like our fast travel item. It allows us to go over the overworld very quickly and reach places that we normally could not. So this is where we're going to start doing all of the extra side quests. We're not going to finish them, but we're going to start them. So we go to this island at the southwest. We get this sad music because earlier on in Rococo, there is this young couple that their families hated each other. But they wanted to be together, so they eloped. But unfortunately, the young girl is feeling unwell, and the only thing that can cure her is a fever flower. So we need to find a fever flower. So we go to this other island in the southeast. And this one is a little bit different. We're going to go ahead and equip Scrap 7, which is... there you are. And this is the island that Dr. Einst crashed into as he escaped the volcano. So he took a ship and it wrecked. So he's stuck here. But because we have Scrap 7, he can now repair his ship. So we trade Scrap 7 for information on where the fever flower is. He's like, hey, it's behind the house. So then we go. And unfortunately, you can't just pick up the flower. You have to talk to Dr. Einst for it to become available, but it's right here.
I guess assisting the main bad guy with getting off the island is not a bad thing.
He's
right?
really lucky. Like, he gets away with so much, and he's like the only one who actually does get away with everything. I think they wanted to hint him for a potential sequel or some sort of reference to that, but I don't think it ever came around.
I would assume so. 'Cause he says, what, if the user wants, I'll be back for more or something?
Yep. So deliver the flower, and they're very grateful. So they give us all the money they have, which is 3,000 GP. All right, next we need to go find a chicken. So there's this little chicken farm that I think can only be accessed using the blimp. It's right here. And these chickens, I think, are really well designed. I think the engine for Robotrek for graphics will make a really good farming simulator, like Harvest Moon. But this guy really likes Katrina, his prize chicken. And he's lamenting she's not there. So you can talk to the chickens, and they're like, oh, she just likes shade. So she's behind this house. And if you get where is it? You late? She's like, what? He's fussing about me again. All right. Just wanted to walk. So then the chicken found a Blade 2 somewhere, and so that's a reward. Just picks it up in her beak. Just a chicken knife. All right.
That's so great.
All right.
Katrina found this somewhere.
Isn't Blade 2 the one that is ranged? I think it is.
All the blades are ranged and kind of weird.
So
Blade 2 is unique in that it's treated as its own weapon class for weaknesses and resistances. So there are some enemies that are weak specifically to Blade 2, and some enemies that resist specifically Blade 2.
That's pretty cool.
So this is where we learn to make my favorite little buddy. That woman that's Coker, right?
Yep. Old Lady Coker.
She's elderly and she needs assistance, and she wishes that she had someone to help her. And that just like when we learned how to make Relay, that inspires us to make this little robot. He's going to make 2 of them because there are 2 side quests that make use of Little Robot.
All right, let's get rid of some garbage.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And any percent, you normally would collect the 2 cleans at the beginning of the game, maybe a third if you're really paranoid about getting poisoned, and then you wouldn't collect any of the other things. But Corp is being forced to pollute his inventory just to satisfy the category here.
All right, here's the little robot. Just follows you around. Got big ol' eyes.
So cute.
I like this dialogue option. What's that big thing? Robot helper? You're a good kid. Oh, I can't go by without it. No, I'll loan it to you.
Yeah.
So there's there's no tangible reward for this quest. It's just the knowledge that you helped a lady, and you learn how to
Right.
make little robots. That's its own reward. All right, so that's we'll put a pin on all quests for here and go straight to the plot. There are several more quests to go. Now, move on to the main story.
You gonna show the blimp dialogue?
What's this? What's this? I'm not familiar with the blimp dialogue.
Oh, if you try and use the blimp indoors, it gives you a mistranslated thing.
Oh, hold on. I've never seen this before. Can't be used here.
Good old blimp. All right, so this is the air fortress. Ah, Keltis 2. It's another terrible weapon. I think that one. Let me check. Let me check what that one is. That one can do funny things too. That can confuse enemies. It's by confusion. So this is the air fortress. This is the hacker base. We are a leader now, so we're able to go into the leaders meeting here. This is where we find the hacker leader Blackmore, who looks normal, and our father. But our father is footloose and fancy free. He doesn't know who we are. So something is amiss here.
Yeah, so we don't have to use a smoke bomb there if we're lucky. And I just realized I'm really low on them, but I should be fine if I don't make any too many mistakes. We're gonna have the opportunity to buy more later. Okay.
Yeah, good.
That's one of the more. It's one of the few hackers that we have to be very cautious around. He is very likely to charge the center, which is what you don't want to happen. You can manipulate him a little bit, but it's a little finicky.
Yeah, those hackers, when they get startled, again, sometimes they'll charge right at you, and sometimes they'll like juke to the left and then charge vaguely at you. And if they run right down the center, there's no evading it. You've gotta fight them.
Yeah,
So this is where we learn. DeRose and Blackmore have they've been meaning to capture our father so that he can build a laser, a giant weapon for them. He's the smartest man in the world, so he's the only one that can do it. Oh, what an unusual mouse!
He's got a
His goofy face reminds me of that boy.
Yeah, so we're gonna get this key. I'm gonna read a book that's optional that lets us create Shield 3. And we have a little bit of time in between that.
Yeah. So if I could just give a quick update on our Ultima 4 the Ultima 3 bonus run that is part of the Ultima 4 run a little bit later on today. We still need $375 to meet that, so no time like the present chat if you want to get those donations in. We did already meet the Abyss Glitch exhibition, and the donation that put us over the top on that one was $10 from Far Diddy Far Far that says Glitch exhibition, yes please.
Yeah, so that was a prime example of what I said before, where no matter what decision you make in this game, it's the wrong one. Corp backed away from going to the door because the guy was approaching it, and then they both turned around at the same time. The hacker started charging right down the center, so he chose to initiate battle, and at that same moment, the hacker decided to go to the side.
It's
So
impressive.
you just gotta pick.
Impressive stream of events right there.
Just gotta commit to your decision and live with the consequences.
This game is really fun to run. It's never the same every time. So I enjoy it quite a lot. All right, this guy. Okay.
Nice, good dodge.
All right, he's gonna. No.
Oh, I thought I heard something over here.
Nothing to see there.
Wow, nice, good, good dodges. These guys I really like. This is, I think this is Pumpy.
Yeah, Pumpy or Bumpy, one of the two.
It's a tire that will swing at you with his axle like a baseball bat. All right, this is our boy Dr. G. He invented a device that lets you enter computers. In order to test it, though, he needs a mouse. And here we are, a present from above.
Such a nice compliment. He's so happy he sings. It's easier than washing your pants.
Easier than washing your pants. This is probably my favorite dialogue when we when we come back. Again, I don't know how much was well, this one certainly was a mistranslation, but the dialogue in this game is so good. The mouse came back. It's a was success.
Easier than washing your pants. Let's go. So because we came back, they immediately assume it's safe and fine. So they just jump right in, achieving their dream. So we just learned how to create the cyberjack, which is our own means of going into cyberspace. And this dungeon requires us to go into cyberspace to go to different regions of the area. We use a monitor as interface, and we just equip the cyberjack helmet and we go in. Cyberspace is kind of empty. There's no enemies. You can't equip anything, and it's a lot of RGB.
Do you want shield pack on Robot 1 now? I don't remember when you equip that.
I usually try to do that before the boss fights, but it is a good idea to equip it at any time for safety. What is he gonna? That's messed up. All right, so you could do a well-timed smoke bomb where you get the money, leave, and then this guy is out of your way. I hit the smoke bomb too early. That's okay. So I could fight him or hope for that he'll move. Again, I think we're doing really well on experience, so I can afford to not take an encounter. But sometimes our experience is very tight, and you need to do your best to dodge. All right, cyberjack.
It's also better to always err on the side of lower experience in this dungeon, because there are some very high value enemies in the rooms near the end. Good old face man will allow you to scoop up a good chunk if you need it.
Yeah, I think even with normal commanders, just 3 of them is just 3-point-something experience, and that just adds up, because I think we're like, besides the next level, we're like 10 or so megs away from experience for the next level.
Okay.
So usually after a bug, the next boss fight, we're usually 10 or a little bit less. We're making a little detour to pick up one item in a room that was constructed with no entrance or exit. So I don't know how this exists, but it's another blade too. So there's just no door. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if I even knew that room existed. I was watching you run this, and I was like, man, he is really going for a ride through here. Because I think every runner of this game has gotten lost in cyberspace at some point, and then you're just like, oh no, how do I even recover from this? But no, you knew what you were doing, and I didn't.
Yeah, there are some resources online. I forgot where it was, but there's someone who made a bunch of maps of Robotrek, and they tried to label all the items on the map. So I used those maps initially to literally draw in my route, which in retrospect was a lot of effort, but it's okay. So we found Dr. G, and he's yelling at his assistant because they're lost. So he's like, hey, if you help us escape, we'll give you something, information or money. So we agree for information. We take 10 steps and we find the exit. That's all he had to do. But if you take money as the option, it's pretty great because he says, all right.
So sad.
He says, all right, assistant, give the money. And he's like, I have 500 GP. Is that enough? And you're like, good. But you don't get the key. So in order to get the key to progress through the game, you need to return the money to the assistant. So it's a great joke. Anyway.
Yeah, when you talk to him, he's like, I guess I don't need to eat this week. This is all I had. And he's like, can I please have it back? And you're like, no, it's my money now. But yeah, you can't proceed until you give it back. I'm not actually sure what happens if you go to the R&D room and spend it and then don't have it. I haven't tried that.
I think you're stuck because I think the first time I did that as a joke, I did not have enough money. I don't know. It's a good question. I have a feeling they're going to force you to fight enemies to get drops. Usually, okay.
Uh-oh.
Usually Robotrek is not that mean to force you to do something like that. But I think in this instance, they would probably require you to find GP somewhere. But that's a good question.
Yeah, maybe.
let's prepare for Bug. So, where is... Oh, you have stuff. All right, take a sword. Actually, take a shield.
So this next boss coming up is Bug. We are still underleveled, but we are quite powerful now. We have maximum speed. That's our evasion stat, and we have very, very good equipment. So we have, with Shield 3, we have a 94% chance to dodge. And we have arguably the best weapon in the game also. And we have good mobility. So this fight is a thrashing. I think you can kill him in one hit if you get a back attack crit.
Yep.
But Bug also doesn't have a high amount of run resist, so even if you don't get a crit, it still does 120 or something.
Yeah, usually the ideal fight is one punch, one crit, because the regular punch does 100 damage-ish, and then the crit does 600, and he only has 700 HP.
So this Bug is not a big threat. Again, he has a very, very minor chance of hitting us. And the status effect that he applies here, I don't remember. I think it's stop actually, but
Yep, there you go.
yeah, there it is.
No worries.
So the status effects can be applied even if the attack misses. It's a separate roll. It's just kind of a pain. It just wastes time. The Shield 3 that Corp crafted is only used... There we are. It's used only for this fight. Because we'll have Shield 5 for the next fight that we have to take. So you can opt to fight him with Shield 2. You'll have an 89% chance to evade. But it's one of those things where, like, if you go in with Shield 2, he's going to kill you 3 times and make you feel bad. And if you go in with Shield 3 and take the extra time to make it, he won't kill you.
Yeah, for sure. Optimally,
Again, it just feels bad no matter what you pick.
yeah, optimally, you do not need Shield 3, and you shouldn't do it if you're going for really, really good times. But if you want the extra safety and peace of mind, it usually works out. Not always.
So Bug was in control of our father's memory. He had some, I don't know, it was some memory lock program or something. But father's memory, so we can go talk to him now.
All right.
16 away.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. So we have quite an allowance of enemy encounters we can take, so I'll just, well, maybe I won't. Sometimes you run into an enemy and nothing happens. There's like this little buffer where you just bounce off of them. Yeah, our goal is to delay leveling up so we can acquire a piece of scrap, so we could use it to make a very good piece of equipment. And otherwise, you'd have to go to an R&D machine. But by leveling up, we can craft a piece of equipment on the way to the next boss. Oh, this guy, Carpe Diem hacker. So he's guarding He's guarding our father's room. So we tell him our story. He feels so sad. He's like, I'm somebody's child too. So he unlocks the door, says Carpe Diem, sees the day, changes his life, and lives a productive lifestyle after that. It's great.
Thank you, Hacker Man.
So you could have found your father earlier, but he still wouldn't have recognized you. But since we defeated Bug, he's come too. And we learned that he was forced to create a special laser to be used on the Tetron, or with the Tetron, and it's being focused on Rococo. So we got to do something about it. Not go to safety, just do something about it. So Father's saying, this way.
This room is terrifying, because if you're not holding left, then you're in for a world of hurt. Those guys are not possible to defeat right now.
Yeah.
So Corp is going to collect these capsules right now because on the return trip through here, this area is going to be populated with enemies. So it's just a lot safer and quicker to do it now.
Yeah, those big night enemies follow the pattern of usually larger enemies that try to track your movement. They don't always do that in some classes. But it's safe to bet that, or it is a safe bet that they will follow you about. So we equip the glasses for this room because these are invisible enemies, so we don't want to fight them, and they are not cooperating right now. So I'm just going to leave. Usually they go
smart.
they usually go in opposite directions, away from the door. But they wanted to conglomerate. That's okay. Our father's up there, but we don't care. So what's more important is scrap 9 down below.
So we already have a scrap 9, but if you combine 2 of them, you get shield 5, which is an extraordinarily good piece of equipment. Gives 32 defense and 32 evasion. And evasion is key right now. We just want max speed, max power, 1 HP. So the higher evasion we can get from our gear, the better the chance of dodging from bosses. So now we're free to kill things and scoop up experience.
Yeah, we're just going to make our way through the rest of the dungeon, fighting things intentionally as they appear, but avoiding some things, because we are forced to fight some stuff along the way, and we still, this guy, still need our next level, level 18. It's like this guy, we could avoid him by backtracking all the way, and he'll follow us, but it's usually not worth doing. So we just run up and fight. And I think there's only one more item to collect. It's down here. So what we did was we hit a lever that drained the water. This guy, no, he's not gonna behave. You could use a smoke bomb on this guy, but I'm pretty low. And if you do, and he scrolls off screen, or actually no, if you get into an encounter on the next screen, he will disappear in the previous spot you froze him. So you can dodge him on the way out, but you gotta keep track of where he is. It's one of the weirder mechanics that I never do about. Or chasing enemies are a little bit different if they're the type that pop up and chase you.
Right.
Alright, that's all they
Yeah,
got.
we were tasked with, if we went up and we talked to our father there, he'd say, like, I'll go handle the laser, you go after Blackmore. So we had to drain the water and then chase after him.
Oh, come on. Fine.
Gosh.
So normally,
Gets startled and then looks around.
normally he looks down and chases you, but he's like, no, this is more interesting over here.
Oh, they're so great.
Oh, so close.
Oh, that was brave.
Did not deserve it. This is since we're going back into the same room, we need to be holding left, and you could do right, but it's better to do left. It's a little trickier to escape out. We're just gonna circle.
Yeah, doing left lines up the bottom knight also, so that he's out of your way.
These guys, face men, give a lot of experience, and if we do not hit level 18 by Blackmore, I'll just fight them. We will fight them, and they will provide what we need. Yeah, I think we have some time if there's any announcements.
For sure, yeah. We still have that Ultima 3 bonus run that we're looking to add to Ultima 4 a little bit later. Just as a heads up to everybody watching. Miria donates $200 and says, 1,000,000 meows for Nami. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to do 1,000,000.
Oh.
But that, again, is in reference to the fact that we hit $1 million cumulative for 10 years of RPG Limit Break earlier today. And I also just want to remind everybody that exclusive RPG Limit Break and Tantrum merch is now live. Shop the RPG Limit Break collection featuring shirts, the Mimi plushie, and much more. And what's better, Tantrum merch will donate up to $5 per item sold, excluding the Mimi plush, to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and its mission. You can grab your gear now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break.
All right. So I made a little bit of a mistake. I didn't put any points, in our level up points into stuff, but that's okay because they're mostly going into charge and to max out our power. We already have like 90 power, so it still does enough, but it's a little oversight.
Yeah, I think you took the level after Bug, right? So you have 99 power still?
No, I usually delay that, so it was an oversight.
Okay.
Because we don't have to put those points in just yet. We can delay on level 18. Wow. All right. But it's okay. It just
Should
means...
still be fine.
Yeah, the Blackmore fight might be 1 turn longer, depending on our crit rate. Or how often we get critical hits. Not quite the same crit rate. Nice.
Yeah, the charge stat in this game also, I think you would have 11 points in charge. Charge is the rate at which your fuel gauge or ATB meter fills up. That's a really tight squeeze, so it was well done. Save? Maybe?
Yeah.
Should be fine.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Blackmore has ended a run if you run out of repairs. We have quite a lot, but that's still better safe than sorry. All right.
Yeah.
So, where is the... There it is.
Yeah, so missing out on 11 charge isn't a real big deal. Most of the ATB filling is actually done manually. Every time you press the B button, the current tick, the current pixel that's being filled, will fill 9 frames sooner. And there's an 8-frame cooldown on that. So basically, if you're just pressing the B button constantly through the whole run, about 6 times per second, you're going to get like the optimal charge rate refill. The charge stat improves that a little bit. It's not a huge deal, though, especially for this fight.
Nice.
Wow, great start. So Blackmore has 1,300 health, 2 good crits, and then 1 other hit will do it. He has a few attacks. We don't really care about most of them, especially if we get a double block like that. The one that we're scared of is his like ground fire attack. Oh, and this is one of my favorite examples. Blocking is not based on the random number generator. Blocking is based on the global frame counter. And it's a 32 frame cycle where there are 8 consecutive frames that will result in a block, and then the rest of them will result in a hit. So for an enemy whose attack animations are a multiple of 32 frames, you will block every single one of them because it'll keep lining up on the same block window. And Black Tank's RAM attack is 96 frames, so if you block the first one, you will block all subsequent RAM attacks. Just a pretty neat way that the game works. Yeah, so that crit is the one that we don't want to see. But we're still fine. We've been doing a lot of damage to him. We had 1 unlucky hit early. Should just be 1 more.
Yeah, 2 back attacks, 1 regular attack, and 1 critical hit from the front. So should be around 1,300. I'll do a back attack for safety if I survive this.
Yeah.
Nope. Ooh, it's all right. So this is why you want to have like 3 or 4 repairs at the very least. And in any percent, you usually have like 2 or 3 if things have not gone very well. So he can end your run. Speaking of, I should probably cure up ELP because it does not have the same amount of HP that he normally does. Oh, nice.
Nice block.
Alright, should do it.
Nice. So that was quite an unlucky fight. Getting crit happens. That's a 1 in 8 chance. But being hit normally, well, I guess also amounts to about 1 in 8. It's a 12%. 12% chance of being hit by Blackmore. So dying 3 times is pretty pretty rough.
Apparently at 98 guard.
But
Okay.
we've had enough resources in this category. We have so much money, we'll be able to buy any repairs that we need. And this is kind of like the last of a very long segment. I was waiting for the money drop there too. Yeah, this is kind of the end of a very long stretch. We'll be able to refill on resources before the next boss. So, not a big deal.
So I'll have 4 smokes going into the next section of the game, which is more than enough because again we're going to have the opportunity to buy some more. So what we did there was we intentionally took an encounter so that we can align ourselves to dodge the next encounter. We're going to do the same thing here. By moving left, the knight, you can either run away, which is faster than using a smoke bomb, but it's not guaranteed. We run away, and then our initial position's on the left, so the knight goes to the left, and we scoot around without having to fight. So here you can manipulate their position, and then there you we go.
Yeah, there is a rather involved manipulation that you can do without a smoke in the first room that Corp took an encounter in. But if you screw it up, it's going to cost so much more time than just forcing the encounter and moving on. So sometimes it's better to just cut your losses and get through it.
So I read the dialogue in practice last night, and she said, "You defeated Blackmore. Do you want to be a commander?" And so she just offered us a job. And Blackmore, the reason why he exploded everything is because he was jealous. So anyway, the explosion reacts with the Tetron. The explosion reacts with the Tetron, and we're sent back in the past, about 100 years or something. And we got to figure out what to do, where to go. And this kid is very afraid of us, and he should be. He should be afraid. All right. Yeah. Yes. So we're going to talk to one of my favorite NPCs. She talks so quickly, and I wish every NPC talked as quickly as she does. All right.
Yeah.
Can you read it? Can you read it? Okay, there you go. So she said there's a girl named Polon who found us by the river, and there's a theft ring going on, and it's dangerous, so we should go find her and save her. That's what she said, pretty much. We have some time for any announcements.
For sure, yeah. So I'm going to read a donation here from Boogie Poppy for $10 to Nami, and the donation comment says, "I got a fever, and the only cure is a fever flower." And I also wanted to update everybody on the Name the Robots incentive, because we still have one more robot to name a little bit later on in this run. We'll be joining the lineup of Oh No PJ and BLP. Currently in the lead with $100 is King Bo. Second place right
How
now
nice.
with 7. Okay, I got some excitement there. So King Bo's in first place. Second place is CorporateImage with $76. And then in third place we have Bot Girl, Bot Girl at $60. So if you'd like to shake up that naming bid war or add your own, still got some time to do that. And all of those donations, of course, are going to the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
Yeah, King Bo is a very powerful name. I don't know if I'm ready for the responsibility.
Yeah, King Bo is a legendarily unlucky file name.
All right, so we can do a little
so
thing.
Corp picked up... Oh, no, go ahead.
It's okay. Yeah, we're gonna, Oh. Okay, good. Yeah, so
Nice.
you could... Dang it, the bird's not... The bird was in a good spot. So you can get a smoke to freeze the gator, of course, and then this bird could be in a good position. He decided not to be. That's okay. It's really nice to get. It's a free skip encounter, but it's hard to set up, and it's based on the bird's RNG, whether he faces left or right.
Yeah, when it works, it's a quite smooth manipulation. I hadn't seen it before I saw you run this, because we don't get that capsule normally, but yes, it's quite nice.
Okay, gator.
So in the forest, Corp collected the scrap 10 in the capsule because he had to. But he also collected the seed, which is a hidden item. It exists in the present also. There are 2 seeds that you can get. But he got that specifically for a side quest. The seed is a really interesting item because it's, I think, the only item that gives you the fanfare and key item jingle, but you can use it in combinations. I think Blade 3 plus seed makes Blade 4.
Wow.
It's used somehow to make Blade 4. It's a really awkward combination.
Yeah, so this lady is Polon, and she may or may not be our grandmother, great-grandmother, but we don't know that yet. All she knows is that she was taking care of a guy, apparently us, who was ill, and so she went to go find some medicinal herbs, and suddenly she realizes we are not the same person, but we do look the same despite our hair being very different. But this is our ancestor Brask. We already met him in the graves as a holographic projection, but he's here in the past, so this kind of lets us know sort of where we are. And fun fact, in the speedrun, you don't have to talk to Rask at all, so you can just completely ignore him. But he does provide some little dialogue and context. So now we're going to start all the rest of the quests. There's still a few more after this, but this is the start of it. So this girl is named Cookie. She also recognizes us as Rask, and she's like, "Hey, what are you doing here? Go see Kato and the spaceship in the Forest of Illusion." And we're like, okay. So All right.
And that's super great security.
Yeah.
You remember our secret spaceship? It's just over there. The tool shop guy is broke. He wants to open up a tool shop, but he doesn't have any money. He needs a 5,000 gold loan if anyone's kind enough to do that. And we are, because we're swimming in cash in this category. It's when you open up the tool shop, you get a 50% discount on all the items. So it's actually quite nice to save your like repair, restock, and smoke restock. Mostly the repair though, until now, because you can buy it for 150 instead of 300. I don't remember if that discount carries over to the present. Do you know?
It does. So that's part of the
Nice.
reward for doing this. I think that'll be good. We're going to collect 3 repairs and be required to use 1 in this next section. I think I have like 12 or so, and that should be enough for the rest. But I'll definitely get some more. So this other...
Yeah, I would recommend.
Yeah, absolutely. We have no idea what's going to happen. So this old man is accusing this lady, who's, I think, young lady Coker, of stealing jewelry, but she didn't do it, and he doesn't believe her. So we're going to try to vindicate, I think that's the word. I could be very wrong about that. Anyway, this little girl, she likes flowers, so we give her the flower seed, and in the future, the entire Rococo will be littered with white flowers. So that's part of a little thing you can do. All right, here's a question of debate. So we need to build this mirrored mansion, and you could either give 1,000 GP and it will be built and you get to take a picture, or you can donate 5,000, get special recognition in your honor. So I decided just do the 5,000 GP for the quest. But you could go either way, and I think it'd be fine. The point is, this is the construction of the mayor's mansion, and they are looking for donations. So there's 5,000. Good to go.
So that man that accused Coker of stealing the jewels, that's the beginning of the centuries-long feud and why that couple had to elope, the couple with the fever.
Yeah, so this cat somehow saw who took the jewelry from somewhere, and she said, or he said, it was a mouse. So that gives us a cue that maybe we can be a mouse as well. Ding dong. This mouse uses the doorbell.
If you, mouse ringing the doorbell is so great. If you talk to the cat as the mouse, the cat goes, and starts chasing you too.
Yep, the hungry cat. All right, so here's the jewelry in question. There's a lot of things in this room. There's money, there's scrap 9, scrap 3, 5, one of those. 9, and then there's also scrap 7. We don't need scrap 7, but if you did for some combinations, it would be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a super convenient room. Not only does it give you resources that you really want, but it also gives you scrap 9 and 3, which combine to the one item that we're missing.
So he goes to
The
apologize.
mouse did it?
A mouse did, yeah. And so that's almost it for the quest. Now we're actually going to follow Cookie's advice and go to the Forest of Illusion. Need to find his spaceship. Alright, see, these birds will be kind. They usually aren't. Okay, fine.
Oh, easy every time.
Yeah, I think if you're on the ball, you could almost always dodge them, but just one tiny hesitation and the birds will get you. And I guess depending on their direction, they could also just charge you immediately. All right, so this is Igor and Count Prinky. We met them before as ghosts. They want to build a mansion here, but there's something odd with this land. So we put on the glasses. You can see there's just a big old spaceship.
Sir, this is an unlucky place.
There's some presence I can't sense. So yeah, in this ship we have Cookie, Napoleon, who we've already met, but does not recognize us, and then a person named Gatto, who may or may not be very important. So they're here to find Rask. Cookie's here because she cares about him. Napoleon also really likes Rask, but Gatto is here for a different reason. Rask, we learn, is the creator of the Tetron. So Gatto may or may not have ambitions using that item. So Napoleon recognizes that our DNA is very close to Rask's, but we're not the same. So he's willing to kind of trust us to lead him to Rask. He says, you better not go anywhere else. So you immediately go to R&D instead. And then craft the really great piece of equipment, Boots 5.
Yeah, the Boots 5 are, it's a perplexing piece of equipment because it's tank treads, but the tank treads give you 32 evasion. It also frustratingly slows your move speed in battle to a crawl. It's a really neat touch, but it's unfortunate for a speedrun when you want to go quick. Again, we mostly just care about the evasion points, and getting 32 points of evasion on your shoes is just massive.
So Count Prinky was very impressed that we appeared out of nowhere after disappearing. He's like, hey, you should come to my house and we could play sometime. So it gives us a cue to do the final bit of side questing we can do in the past. But to do that, we have to go back to the Forest of Illusion and take the opposite path. And I learned this not too long ago when I was derusting. There are invisible enemies in the forest, and I never knew that. And I was really surprised. You could equip
Forest of Illusion.
Yep. You could equip the goggles or the glasses to see them, but more than likely than not, you can just mosey on by without too much issue. Let's see. All right, we're fine.
Nice.
It's a little robot we crafted for Old Lady Coker. We're also going to lend out to Count Prinky.
You have a strange thing with you. Can this doll build a house?
Of course. All right. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, we're fine. I guess I could have taken the blimp. I think. All right.
So you can keep going, keep entering and re-exiting that Prinky's Manor area, and you can see the robot working, and like the house gets progressively more and more built. And Igor and Prinky are very, very impressed by how diligent he is.
Yeah, as well as the mayor's mansion, I think. You can continuously donate up to a certain point in the story here, but after a certain point that you can't donate anymore to get it built. So Polon charges in, she's like, oh my god, there's something here, it's a robot. And then her father sees it and runs away scared. So Napoleon has a conversation with Rask, and Rask tells Napoleon that his space crashed into the cave. And the Tetron may or may not be there. And a woman stole the Tetron there. So Napoleon's like, I'll get it back and I'll tell Gatto. He says, no, don't tell Gatto. Oh, well. All right.
Oh, no.
All right, one more thing.
Yeah, and if you talk to Rask, he'll be like, I feel like I can trust you for some reason. You need to go stop, and he gives you the backstory, but we don't need to.
Oh, yes, this way.
This is where I usually go straight to the cave, because that seems like what you should do. But instead, you have to go here first.
Yeah,
If you go straight to the cave without coming to the spaceship, then there's a plot-critical character that's not there.
It's probably the meanest part of a casual playthrough is you have to talk to Cookie. And when she says the word cave right there, I guess that's the plot trigger to allow you to progress. You can go to the cave and do stuff, but you're just stuck from advancing. But we're good to go. Get ready to fight some clowns. That was nice of him.
Yeah.
All right.
So these clowns, again, will like vaguely see you, but sometimes they'll go after you and then stop like that guy did. Sometimes they just will keep spinning in place. They're pretty irritating to get past.
Yeah, what we do is use a double sword strike here. Because these guys have the ability to block your attack. They could block it twice, but if you use the double sword strike, it'll still do enough damage to knock them out. But it's rare that they ever you hear the ding sound effect that we blocked it twice. It is faster to do another type of run command, but the double sword swipe is more safe.
So Corp switched to a mouse here because there's a lot of slowing terrain, and mouse runs quicker on the slow terrain than the human does. Slowing terrain being the puddles and these little narrow corridors. Mouse doesn't get slowed down at all on those. If you had Vanish, Vanish is the same effect. Vanish also runs quickly on water and on through the tunnels, but we don't have that right now, so we have to settle for mouse.
Nice. Yeah, these guys usually drop repairs, and it's kind of a theme in this dungeon that let's see, the repairs are going to be necessary, so you need at least one. This room is on a timer, so the longer you're here, you could be prevented from going forward, because there's a guard who's going to open a secret passage, and he has to be present on screen. And he could leave, and if he does, then you have to reload the room. So yeah, if you don't talk to Cookie...
Oh, I didn't know that was on a screen timer. I thought that was based on when you reached him.
It may be.
Interesting.
Because what I did was I took a long time to get there, and I think I might have seen him when I picked up my second item once. And then, so as you say, it could have been that. That's the reason. All right, so Rose apparently came to the past with us, and she's in charge of the theft ring. She took the Tetron, and now she's trying to figure out how to get back. So she's happy to get a little bit of revenge on us. And there's like, I don't know what the chance is, but you could get initiative on this fight. I've gotten it twice in my entire time running this game. But it almost...
Have you? I've never gotten initiative here.
It's in my any percent PB. I was shocked.
That's amazing.
But I don't know how it happens. But I know with Vanish, you can avoid them entirely, which is really nice. It must be some sort of frame-based thing as they're twirling. But I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, with Vanish, you can stand up and enter the menu before you get into battle and switch to Vanish, but it's based on the clown's animation cycle. It has some like slightly different behavior. I never really figured out how it worked, and before I looked into it in detail, I changed the route to not have Vanish here, so I just stopped looking.
Yeah, so fun fact, you can...
so scrap 8. Oh, go for it.
I was going to say, you can reapply the smoke bomb to extend its duration. So I didn't know that before doing this category. I think I can... Yeah, that's all right.
I also didn't know that. That's really cool.
So yeah, I messed up the timing, but as soon as you go up to the door, you can use the smoke bomb, run all the way around, get the scrap 8, use the smoke bomb again, get back, and not have to fight anything here.
Scrap 8 is used in only one combination. You can combine it with a smoke to make something. Oh, to make Blade 4, I think. Scrap 8 and smoke makes Blade 4. Blade 4 has really weird combinations because that's supposed to be like your ultimate weapon. In true quintet fashion, Blade 4 is the Phoenix. And truly, it is an unbelievably strong weapon, but you can't upgrade its level in the invention machine. You have to upgrade it with battle capsules, and that just kind of disqualifies it from being useful. So that capsule over there also has a repair. The theme of this area having repairs all over the place, as Corp alluded to, is because of this room, where you're actually required to use a repair to progress.
Oh, I feel sorry for this guy. So he's not a hacker, he's a big fan, and he's the one who first saw Polon. So he's going to try to get his revenge on us a second. First time? Second time? But we show him the business. And then he says the saddest thing. It just makes me feel for him. It's just, he just wanted to walk hand in hand with a girl. And then he's gone. Anyway.
Aww.
So we talked to Napoleon, and he injured himself. But if you equip the repair, which is something you, I think, never have to do elsewhere in the run or in the casual playthrough, you can repair him. And you are required to do this to progress. So kind of an obscure thing, but this game does require you, or it expects you to come up with ideas. So I think it's fine.
So when DeRose knocked us down the pit and we fell by those clowns, we dropped the drill and the light. In case you were wondering why Corp wasn't opening up or drilling through that one rubble door at the top when he was going around, he couldn't. You have to collect Napoleon, and Napoleon will break open those walls until you can find your items again. It's really regrettable. You need to collect both the drill and the light before you can proceed.
I'll show it off on the next one. Before I progress, I will get that skip. You can get it here, but
I wonder why that didn't work. That looks good to me.
couldn't tell you. It's very particular, but it's harder to do this one, I think. All right, I'm going to show this off real fast. So notice we're human form, and Napoleon found us. Well, Napoleon will take on the properties of whatever we are. If we're a mouse, he'll do that. But because we're human, he's going to slow down, and eventually he's going to walk through this wall because it doesn't line up quite right. So, but
Yeah, it's great. I love that.
But ideally, you are in mouse form, and he will move quickly over the thing. So just want to show that off because it's kind of cute. So we got our light, and now I'm going to try this really interesting skip that is very hard to do. It's good to attempt it once or twice, but after that, you start losing time. Let's see. Dang it. All right. So you could use Napoleon as a shield. And then the big fan will stop and move aside. There it goes. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
So it's really satisfying when you get that first try in a run. It's very hard to do. So we did it. We made it to the crash site of Rask's ship. We get our drill, continue forward, and I think we have some time for any more announcements.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to remind everybody watching that we are still looking for donations to name the final robot in this run, as well as unlock the Ultima 3 bonus run later on this afternoon, which will be happening after the main run of Ultima 4. So we're still looking to meet those incentives and maybe get some new name ideas for the final robot to join CorporateImage's party. I also wanted to remind everybody and send shout outs to the people who are involved with our foreign language restreams this week. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/LeFrenchRestream. And our Japanese restream is at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon, please go check them out and send them some love. So many folks helping out to make those foreign language restreams happen, and we really appreciate it here at RPG Limit Break.
I didn't have to do this safety save and probably should have done it earlier.
And now this clown's got you right where he wants you.
Oh, yeah. So there's a little
All right.
piece of collision next to the door. It's hard to see because it's a dark cave. I have 2 smokes, that's fine. We might use one later in the final dungeon, but we don't have to use that smoke bomb, and I could always buy one. But anyway, the Rose fight that's coming up is quite a ride, and it could go really poorly, or it could go very quickly. We'll see.
Yeah, this fight with Rose is pretty notoriously difficult. This has been the stumbling block for a lot of people in their casual playthroughs. You can kind of like fumble your way through all of the fights up till this point, but Rose is just monstrous. She has a lot of run resist and a lot of defense. So basically, if you use the run command, you're going to do 1 damage. Against the previous few bosses, if you used it, you'll still do like 100 like we did to Blackmore. But D-Rose is quite tanky, literally quite tanky also. And her attacks are devastating. So unless you're really well equipped, it's going to be a problem. And she was always the worst fight in speedruns, but because of the route change, this fight is actually quite nice. She still has a reasonable chance to kill us here and there, but this fight usually goes pretty smoothly. Leading up to it, there's some conversation here with her and Gato and her history, how she ended up here, what she did with the mayor to manipulate her position, and revealing that she's secretly the hacker ruler. But Anyways, you know what happens when she gets mad. And we have this fight.
So because Boots 5, our movement speed is very slow and a little bit limited, but it makes up for it with our evasion. All right, so everybody, we have a 1 in 4 chance to get a critical hit every time we do this triple punch. So you can count how many punches we do to try to keep up with the average. We're at 2.
So D-Rose has a 1% chance to hit us with all of her attacks, and that head smash that we've blocked 3 times so far has a 1 in 8 chance to crit us. So at best, her chances of killing us are 1 in 8. 4 blocks out of 5 is pretty incredible.
I've never.
The fact that we haven't gotten a single crit yet is awful.
That's 5. Yeah, I maybe blocked an attack once normally, but never that many times in this fight. 6. She could also apply, I think, random status effects. There's one, 7. One of them is the disable command, so you can't do the triple punch when that happens. It really almost never happens, but when it does, it's going to be kind of brutal. That's 8.
Yeah, her beam particularly has a random chance of applying status effect disable random, which will disable one of your commands. So it's a 50% chance of applying at all, and then from there it's a slim chance of applying to run.
There we go.
She got a crit.
Yes.
All right, she has half the chance we do.
It's bound to happen. 17 repairs. That's pretty good.
Might be enough.
We hope to never see it, but you do expect to get knocked out at least once in this fight. You should have at least 2 or 3 repairs, especially 90%. Okay, there's 2.
Yeah.
So we need 1 more critical hit, and then with a regular non-run command punch, we do about 50 damage. And most of the critical hits we've done have been pretty good. There's a slight range to the critical hit damage, but we usually make up for it. Especially with these little punches that do 1 or 2 damage. They add up.
Gotten a lot of 2s. We might actually kill her with the 3rd crit. The legendarily awful fight that doesn't need the normal punch afterwards.
There we go. You did it, yeah?
Yeah. Terrible luck.
Yeah, that fight was definitely below average, but definitely not the worst I've ever seen or had.
No.
All right. So, 49.
49. So the strange behavior with the charge, or your ATB filling as you press B, if your charge stat exceeds 49, if it's 50 or greater, you can no longer press the B button to fill up your charge gauge. So it's actually slower if you're going to be pressing the B button. It's slower to have a charge value of 50 to like 94. Until you can exceed that and get to basically max charge, you're better off sticking with charge of 49 and pressing B. Yeah, now I think it's just a matter of walking back to the spaceship and advancing the plot. So there's some time if you want to take over, Moonblaze Wolf.
For sure. Helmet donates $25 and says, I appreciate CorporateImage's bonus game of Stuart Little 2 in the middle of his Robotrek run. And adds, let's get that Ultima bonus run. And I also just want to remind everybody why we are here and what we are raising money for. So we are here at RPG Limit Break 2025 all week, raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. NAMI provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey.
Yeah, we just had a little unfortunate run-in with a gator. As you're exiting, normally the gators are facing up, right, or down, and not left. But he was facing left, so he was interested in this mouse. So yeah, we're going to just watch a little bit more story, do one additional thing to kind of wrap up the quests for Old Rococo. Get a little bit more story. So we learned through this exchange that Cookie really likes Rask, and she wants him to come with them, but he wants to stay here because he likes Polon. I think, yeah, I'm going to talk to Polon. She says something really kind of sad to the mouse, only in mouse form, though. But it's okay. Why am I so lonely? Anyway.
Oh, I don't think I saw that before.
All right, so let's get our special recognition. Mayor's house is finished. Jeff gave a lot of money.
Wow, Jeff.
We get a statue of Jeff in the town square, but we don't actually get one. It's okay. But we do get to be part of the memorial photo. So I tried to look for the statue. I did not see it. So if it's there, I missed it, or we don't actually get a statue. So it could have been a translation thing. Oh wait, let's try the thing.
Oh, you can grab the dog too. Oh, the dog comes in anyways. Yeah, nice.
All right. So yeah, we're gonna head back to the spaceship. One final bit of story. It's kind of amusing. But Napoleon's like, quick, we gotta go. We only have 10 minutes. And you could just leave, and it's fine. They don't actually go away. But I love this part of dialogue. This is no time to play around with that form. So. We have 10 minutes.
I wanted to go in that left door so bad too.
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery doors in this game, or at least one or two. So, Gato thinks we are Rask. He's like, haha, you can't fool me, Rask. You can't say that this Tetron's defective. And then, inexplicable
Uh-oh.
plot. What's happening? That's a very good question. No way. You?
You?
That's the explanation.
It's our mouse reflecting powers.
We stored
Franklin
it.
badge.
We stored it up over the course of the run and reflected them back. Put on a happy face. So we wake up in our home and our father's shaking us awake. And it was all a dream. We find out there are direct consequences to what we've done. But our father does say that the base blew up and he found us with the wreckage. So he got the Tetron pieces and us, and now we're home, just taking it easy. So what better thing to do at home than to read a book? So I'm gonna read some books. This one. Nope, not that one. This one.
I can read that book too.
Yeah. We could read it twice even. All right.
Yeah.
Vanish and weather. All right, so we're gonna craft something. Oh, before I do, let me show this off. Connect. Welcome to Quintet Network. ActRaiser 2, Legion of Gaia. Popular new releases. Buy them. No carrier.
Agreed.
They are very good games. All right, so what do I need to do here? Now's the time for Robot 3. So we have a little bit of time to check.
Great. Let me just do one last refresh here. It looks like Robot 3 will be Kingbo.
Kingbo? Oh boy.
Kingbo.
All right. So what we're going to do is craft a lot of items called Vanish, as well as the weather. The weather has a few uses, but for our purposes, it's going to be used for 2 side quests. I'm going to make 5 Vanishes, then 1 weather, then we'll make our robot. Kingbo.
Yeah, Vanish is an unstoppably powerful item. It's a consumable item, and when you equip it, you become invisible. You can scare children, and you can avoid random encounters. But there's a timer on it, some hidden timer, and when the timer expires, then Vanish is gone forever. But if you unequip Vanish before that timer expires, then the timer resets. So Vanish for speedrunners is just like the ultimate blessing. It's so nice. Weather we made just for side quests. You can use it in combat, and it's really cute. It sometimes causes it to rain. Sometimes lightning will strike randomly. Sometimes there's hail, and it'll hit the enemies or not. And if it does, it'll do like 8 damage, and then they'll kill you. So it's not really something that you ever use, but it's neat. When you use it on the overworld, it makes it rain, and that's what we're going to be using it for. You can also use it, like I said before, to combine with an empty pack to make solar pack, which is quite cool.
All right, so the colors I've been choosing have been reflective of Nami. I've seen blue, white, and yellow as the colors. So that's the reasoning behind the different color choices. All right, we don't have to do this, but I think we should give Kingbo one good shot, especially on the final boss. So we'll turn him into a
I agree. He deserves it. He'll crit him for 900 damage.
Oh, it might happen. Let's do this, a little bit of energy. There we go. 2. He's ready. Wait, not yet. We gotta... All right, we have...
Actually, funnily enough, if you give him another shield 4, he can probably survive a few turns.
Oh, let's power up his weapon one more time. 3. I think the damage points increase either by 10 or 20, the base numbers between Axe 2, level 2, and level 3.
Yeah, I think each of the axes gains 10 power per level. Some of the other weapons, like Punch, have a non-linear scaling, but I think Axe is always 10. Are you gonna give Kingbo RRR?
Oh, yep. Good call, good call. We do that on a level up, which we will get one soon, but might as well. RRR.
Alright.
Thank you. So as we leave our house, there's a rumbling happening outside. And Nagi says, like, oh, an earthquake. It's okay to play outside. So be careful.
Yeah. It's alright, go ahead.
So the police officer saw a light fall near the river area, and he's preventing anybody from going there, even though the kids want to. All right. Okay, so we're going to... No, we'll do that later. Looking ahead at my notes.
So when the policeman says that a light fell by the cave, light is capitalized and also highlighted, just like it would be when our item light is referenced. So when I was playing one of the first times, I was like, great, I lost my light again in the cave and I've got to go get it. And checked my inventory, but it was still there. So I was briefly confused.
All right, here we are introduced to Princess Tira. She's from the planet Choco. She's one of my favorite characters. She talks very slowly. I don't know if it's more pronounced in Slapstick, but I don't know. She's interesting. So they're from planet Choco. They've heard about us, and the reason is through Cookie. Cookie is her ancestor, and she said she interacted with us. So obviously the old Rococo experience was not a dream. But Valet, her consul, wants to tell what's going on, and Tira charges in. She's like, okay, here's what's going on. She's like, Princess, I'll tell him. It takes so long for you to talk anyway. So she's just doing her best. So they're like, hey, we need the Tetron to stop the hackers. Here's a spaceship. Come to our planet and we'll do something about it. Yeah, I think...
we must go.
I think lore-wise, there's a line that says they burn the planet. So it's one of the excuses to show Planet Choco to not have a lot of interaction. There's not a bunch of areas you can go to. It's mostly just the main palace and research lab. So I'm sure they wanted to do a whole lot more with Robotrek as far as different levels go, but they maybe ran out of time or budget. That's okay. They made a fantastic game.
Yeah, agreed.
One thing about Robotrek is it doesn't really overstay its welcome. So it's short but sweet, and it's very memorable. All right, let's finish up all quests. So there's this kid who took something from us, so we gotta scare it to get it back. Give me back.
I won't do
Papa.
anything bad. I'll give it back.
Show you not to torture crabs. Anyway, so we have that. Let's take the blimp, and we're going to go on a little journey to help out some old friends. So this little quest, we're going to go back to the village, and it's suffering from a heat wave. What you can do is immediately equip weather and use weather to make it rain. And if you do, you talk to the chief, and he's like, "Thank you, you saved us all." And it's like, okay. But I think it's a little bit more appropriate to talk to the chief first to say, "Hey, will you help us? Bye-bye. Elder bye-bye." And
Elder, bye-bye.
can't you use your power to make it rain? It's like, yes, we can. Power of science. And an umbrella. Okay. You chanted and it rained. You're the hero again. Mouse, please. Please? Please? Okay.
He's gonna stop you one way or another.
That is the shaman. He does have a vendetta against us. All right. One more thing. So now that we have weather, we can go back to the old house. And so when you leave the old mansion initially, it disappears for good. So you can permanently miss items here. And it looks like this, the ruins. And this guy's looking around. If you make it rain and come back, he will have found a bunch of scrap, and he gives it to us. Or he walks away from us. Just old junk. Nonsense. There's no such thing as junk.
Fine, take it. He's like so resentful. You offered it.
We'll see what Scrappy turns into in a bit. All right. Well, that's pretty much all quests. So now there's just a few more capsules to pick up in the final areas, I should say. We got our spaceship.
Do we come back here? I don't remember. Because there's the developer room to show.
We can do that. Oh, you want to do that now? Oh, we could do that after the run as well. I have a save file loaded up.
Ah, okay.
So
That's fine.
That should be okay. Where is
Yep.
Key Raw? Oh, there's a UFO. Oh, well, I can't find it. But anyway, there's Superman. Anyway, there's a hidden item, a hidden planet, Kirabra, that houses all the library books in the game. So if you missed any permanently, like places you can't go back to, you can always come back there. All right. So this is Planet Choco. Soldiers guard the way, and we're going to the throne room. And just plot happens. There you go. So the chief scientist says, "Hey, please give me the Tetron. Also, you have something interesting, some scrap A. I'm studying robots, so take it." So we give it to him.
I don't think I knew that you could just talk to the scientist. I think I always went down the line.
Oh, really?
Wasted a whole bunch of time talking to Tira.
Yeah, if you talk to him from the side, he will not walk around you. He's one of those NPCs that does that. All right. I'd like to call attention to this little thing right here. There's this door. If anybody wants to try to figure out what it is, you're more than welcome to, because I don't know what it is. And I don't think PJ knows what it is either. But it's a door.
Wait, that door... The supply closet isn't that one, right? Supply closet is earlier?
Yeah, so there's a repair shop, I think, in an R&D room in this place. And then there's that door.
Ah, no, that is the supply closet then.
Okay.
Yeah, after, yeah, we can get in there.
Okay. Oh, I'm curious to find out. So it's nothing important, right? Are there capsules there?
There are 3.
Okay, so I do not know how to go in there, and so that'll change my run from here on out. But it's good to know, because I tried to open that door and never figured out how.
Yeah, I thought there was another door that was locked in here. if you talk to the console at some point, I don't know if it's first visit or second visit, they'll say something along the lines of like, you can help yourself to the supplies in the lab. They might be of use to you or something. And there's a bomb 4 and a boot 6 and some other stuff in there.
Okay. Good
We'll
to know.
find out.
Yeah, good to know. I know at some point, I know when you bring Princess Tira back, so it might be right after this, because we're not required to leave immediately. But when you do bring Princess Tira back, he does not give you that dialogue. I mean, spoilers, we're gonna...
And if you talk to him after the straw drawing, he just gives you money.
Okay, so we might have missed the opportunity for it. That's okay.
No, I don't think so. It might be the second visit.
Okay.
After the escape.
Keep it in mind. So anyway, while we were in the lab, there was a mysterious man who may or may not have been Gatto, and in fact, his name was Gatto, but he didn't recognize us, so it's okay. So he was looking.
Just a coincidence,
Yeah,
I think.
just coincidental, and Princess Tira was there. So what that person did was take the Tetron and Princess Tira, and so it's obviously a disaster. Then they left a telegram saying that Princess Tira and the Tetron was mine, and if you value her life, you will. Oops. No.
Yeah, try talking to him now.
Okay.
I think he gives you cash.
Well. Tool shop. There you go. Was that 5,000 GP? Jeez. Okay.
Tool shops in the residential area.
Let's go get it.
That's just a hint for the tool shop that gives you the scraps and stuff. I think.
It's opened.
I don't remember. Oh, it is open.
You did it.
Okay.
Thank you, PJ. Solve the mystery. Scrap 10, bomb 4,
Or scrap 10.
and money.
So much cash.
So, with that in mind, whatever this time is for this run, that's my PB, because all previous PBs are invalidated. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's such a weird trigger. Obviously I also didn't remember what opened it up. I just knew that somehow it did. So he gives we have to draw lots to see who goes, but every single straw is the short straw. So everybody in the room except for that one dude has to go. They have some good advice.
Yeah.
We'll close in on the fortress and high speed using warp. You can't use the bathroom in warp.
It makes sense to me.
It's unfortunate for the guy that had to discover that, but I'm glad that he did.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of time if there's any announcements.
We sure do. So I want to kind of get everybody's attention focused on the couple other incentives we have for that Ultima 4 run coming up later on this afternoon. We've talked about the bonus Ultima 3 run a few times. We do have a donation that goes to that from Nerd Vicious, who donates $25 to Nami and says, defeating an evil computer demon baby with magical punch cards. Yes, please, for that kind of logic. Ultima 3, let's go. And then we also have a name the hero incentive and pick the gender of the hero incentive. And for the name incentive, I'll just give a quick update on those. We have a $30 donation from Nerd Vicious to Nami, and the comment reads, upping the ante for name, job, buy. And that is the current leader in the name the hero field at $80. Steve is just a little bit behind at $72. And then for the gender, female gender is at $25. Male has no donations yet. But if you'd like to change that, you can certainly donate and make sure you pick that as your incentive.
All right. So on our way to the hacker space station, our spaceship blew up. That's okay. We were found by Kotetsu, and so he rescued us, and he revealed a little bit of information that he was paid to keep watch on us. And then Mint appears. She says, I know how to follow people, so she obviously made it to space. So Kotetsu doesn't really want to help. Kotetsu doesn't really want to help us, but Mint badgers him, pretty much insulting his bravery. And so he's like, I can't have that, so let's go. So we go to the hacker fortress, the final level, and this is going to be divided into two sections.
this fortress is quite difficult to navigate. The first time I made it here, I got so lost, absolutely impossibly lost, and like abandoned the playthrough. I had like quit for a few weeks and then came back and was even more lost, and then it was just like, forget it. I'll start over, start over again. So it's quite a confusing place. It's split into 4 floors, and there are several locked doors that sometimes are one way until you get the password. But thankfully, Corp knows where to go, so everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, we have Kotetsu to lead the way. He's done dealings with the hackers, so he's like a purveyor of goods. Could be food, could be reading material, or it could be mufufu. And it's mufufu.
Oh, mufufu? Show me.
Mufufu. All right. So with that, we can distract the hacker, get on the conveyor belts, which look really great on the Super Nintendo. There's like almost no lag with them.
Great. This room up here is like some sort of armory. There's just a bunch of boxes. But nearly every box has either a weapon or a scrap or something. There's like 5 or 6 hidden items in there. We have no use for any of those, though. I was gonna do some mouse things and eavesdrop.
And hear the greatest joke in the whole run. Here we go. Here we go. The ruler rules. Get it? He deserves all of that.
Yeah, the stare down, the nervous sweats. The hackers just have such great personality. Like the alarm goes off and they all get startled and nervous and start scrambling out the door. It's fantastic. All right, so here's our first use of Vanish. You can already understand the power of this item. Able to just cleanly run through all these enemies without having to worry about pulling them to the side or using a smoke bomb or anything.
Here's
Found the intruder.
Here's a little interesting mechanic that as I understand it. This is Kotetsu in disguise, and he figured out a password, the red one. There are 3, and you need all 3 of them to navigate the entire base. But if you leave the room before Kotetsu does, you don't get the password. I don't know if it's a percent chance thing or what, but it's just safer just to let him go first.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know I've lost a few runs to not getting the password, and then going up there and I try and interact with the door, and like Big Face is slowly closing in. I'm like knocking louder and louder on the door to get in, and I can't. And then you just go over and you get the same exact cutscene again where Kotetsu catches you. It's really awkward. I don't think it's 100%, but I've never not gotten the password if I wait for him to leave. So I just always got into the habit of doing that.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? I'll think of it later. So there's a switch, and we rescue Princess Tira. She's talking surprisingly quickly, so that might be a little bit odd.
She's still walking just as slowly, though, so it seems fine.
It's true. It's interesting that she knows the way. But no, it was
the end.
It was Gato the whole time. No, not the whole time. Just in the prison cell. Why did he put himself in the prison cell?
Yeah.
He's clearly thinking 5 steps ahead. So we get
plan too smart for our mortal minds to comprehend.
So we get thrown in the trash chute, and here there are invisible enemies. And if you see my shadow suddenly stop, that means I ran into an invisible enemy. They do not have shadows.
Yeah, all of the enemies in this area do not mess around. They are so powerful. Basically, all of them can critically hit. Essentially, every fight here is equivalent to a boss fight, except we can run away. Actually, you can run away from boss fights, too, which is a funny mechanic. In case, like, you get into battle and realize, oh no, I forgot to change my equipment, you can just run away and then remenu, and then sometimes there's funny But yeah, anyways, we have Vanish, and we want to make sure that we're using it everywhere to not get into counters.
Yeah, I think the only two games I know of where you can run away from everything in the game is this and Chrono Cross. Those are the only two. I'm sure there's probably one or two more out there.
Those are the two that I know of as well.
This is the last time we use mouse form. So that switch activated the elevator. So Mint was here. She's being accosted by mice once again because she was guarding their home, and she didn't know it. So with that button pressed, we're going to really hope we get lucky here. I made an extra Vanish just in case, but there could be a guard on this bridge, and he could block us in or prevent us from going forward. He did not do that. But,
Nice.
yeah, oh, what I was going to say was with relation to PJ losing runs with the red password, in any percent, you usually only make 2 or 3 vanishes, and I know PJ was doing 2. I would do 3 for safety. In this category, we make 5, and I made a 6th one for safety. But Vanish is on a timer, and the more you use it, the faster the timer goes down. But you can unequip it and preserve the timer just a little bit. So we will intentionally take it off and put it on to keep it going.
Yeah, and there's apparently a bug with Vanish that I never knew existed until I watched your run,
Oh,
where sometimes
oh,
if a Vanish is depleted, it gets rid of another one from your inventory,
yeah.
which is a tremendous bug. But not great. So yeah, it's always good to have spares. It takes like, I think 7 seconds to craft an item, and running out of Vanishes is substantially more than 7 seconds of time loss. So definitely worth.
So navigating forward, we find Blackmore, and for his failures in Quintinex, he was sentenced to become the Eternal Janitor, and he does not want to do that. But unfortunately, he's being held in place by a no-run command. So if we help him out, he'll help us out. He knows a little bit more about this base, so he gives us the yellow password. And he's like, hey, go rescue the princess, or do the thing, free me, and then you can go rescue the princess. Alright. Cyberjack. Punch. And... I guess I can do this. Just for fun.
All right, it's time to go back and see our good friend again. This fight's really funny. With this setup, Bug has a 0% chance to hit us. It is not possible for him to ever do damage to us. He can't crit, and our speed is too high. If you exceed the enemy's speed by 100 or more, they can't do damage to you. But what Bug can do is apply confusion, and that just wastes your time. So anytime he uses this, I don't even know what it is. It looks like a hockey puck to me. When he uses a hockey puck launcher, that has a 25% chance of applying confusion. So that's the only, I'm not even going to say risk, but that's the only way that things can really go south in this fight. I had an absolutely legendary fight where he confused me for 16 rounds. I'm hoping that we don't see something similar here. But you normally expect to get confused, I don't know, once or twice. He has, I think, 2,200 health in this fight. So we need to do at least 3 crits. You can either go for a 4th crit or just mix in some normal punches to make up the difference. So yeah, we're really just at the mercy of RNG here.
Yeah, we're currently 1 for 4 on punching for people who are interested in keeping track. 1 for 5. Yeah, a normal or an average fight is about 16 punches. You can do it far less, or it could be far more. Yeah, with confusion, when you're confused, you do nothing for at least 2 turns. And sometimes Bug is so far away that you waste a turn trying to get to him. There's 2. There's confusion. And what he
Here we
can
are.
do is reapply the confusion. So if you're doing nothing for 2 turns, that's normal. But if you do it for 3 turns, that means confusion was reapplied. And sometimes 4 turns if he keeps doing it.
Right, yeah. And sometimes when your robot's walking around like that, he'll start honking. The robot is trying to do something when it's confused. It can just like randomly use attacks and stuff, but because, oh, hey, nice. I think that's 3 for 10.
Yep.
Because we don't have any valid equipment except for right hand, if the robot tries to use backpack, it's just gonna honk instead, because that's not a valid thing. You can't use shield pack offensively.
Yeah, Shield 3, we've collected and crafted one earlier. Shield 3 has the ability to nullify confusion. What am I doing? But if you do, you lose out on some evasion, so Bug can indeed hit you. So ideally, you do not need Shield 3, but you could try the fight out if you are anticipating lots and lots of confusion.
Right. Yeah, and it's one of those things where if you commit to taking Shield 3, you're gonna die 10 times. And if you decide to go with Shield 5, you'll be confused for 16 rounds. Just like no matter what you pick, you're gonna run into misfortune somewhere.
I probably should have gone for the normal punches after the 3rd crit.
Maybe.
So I think this is like our 5th punch after that.
I think so.
Nice. Punch.
This is a pretty rough crit luck. Maybe they're just saving it all up for the final fight.
Yeah. The final fight critical.
Legendary 10 crit.
It's. We'll see what happens. I know in the Questing for Glory run I did a few years ago, that had some pretty impressive critical hit. There we go. Critical hit luck.
Nice.
Final boss. All right. Worse than average, but not too bad. All right. We do not have to invest points here because we're going to fight another boss very soon, and then we'll upgrade our stats from there. Bagu. All right, with that, Blackmore is free. So let's go tell him the good news. I think we have some time for announcements.
Yeah, absolutely. Wells donates $50 to NAMI with no comment. Thank you so much for that generous donation. And I think I'd like to take a couple seconds just to remind everybody that we have some really cool prizes right now that you can win until the end of the Metaphor Refantasio run later tonight, which I know I am personally extremely excited for. We have a Chocobo Crystal Hunt, we have an Etoile Princess painting, Lunar Lux PC key, a Meow Wolf swag bag, a Shadow Hearts Covenant wooden case replica, and a Veneris Tactics Steam key. I may have said stream key for the earlier one, but we have a couple game keys, we have a couple neat prizes as well. You can check all of those out by going to rpglimitbreak.com and then finding the prize section there. Various minimum donation amounts needed to enter those from $5 to $25. And again, those are prizes that are all only open today until the end of the Metaphor Refantasio run later tonight.
I've never seen him do that, but there was a
Frame 1 spotted.
That's okay. That's fine. So, yeah, that's a minor annoyance because you only lose a tiny bit of time if he spots you because it summons 2 guards, which since we have Vanish equipped, we don't have to worry about fighting them. It's just a less direct route. All right, so we found Princess Tira. So Princess Tira doesn't know she's kidnapped. And it's not because she's not paying attention. It's just she's been treated very well. She thought she was on a tour of a space station. So when we find out that she was indeed kidnapped and that Gato was behind everything, she gets a little bit upset. And the consul has been known to scold her for getting upset. And we kind of see why. Because Princess Tira is probably secretly the most powerful being in the universe. Because when you see what Gato really is, you'll realize that what she's about to do is very impressive. So she kicks him into space. And then she says, oh no, I did it again. The console will get mad at me. So
Outside was outer space.
Yeah.
Gato is okay.
So here we have a little interlude where we return the princess, acquire new information and items, and then we're going to come back and finish the final dungeon. So it kind of makes
I
sense.
was absolutely terrified because you had equipped spaceship and you walked up to the locked door, and I was worried you were going to press the button thinking that key was equipped and fly away.
That would be, yeah. I did not consider that, but you are correct. That was not a good thing to do. So, the chief scientist took scrap A, which is the remains of Napoleon from the volcano, extracted his memory, and you can see Napoleon interacting with Gato, who was the one who created him. It exposes some of the plans of the hacker fortress. It may or may not be a Star Wars reference, but it's okay because we're going to deal with things in a different way. Star Wars used proton, photon torpedoes, whatever. We're going to get something else, something far more powerful and colorful. But essentially with the plans, they discovered this engine room that is vulnerable. And if we can make our way there, then we can destroy this station and get rid of the hackers once and for good. For all.
I'm impressed that the entire space station was built early enough that Napoleon is able to have memories of it.
Yeah, he even mentioned Cookie. So I just noticed that, and I'm like, that was a long time ago if Cookie was alive.
Huh. They just like preemptively built this giant laser death station and then left it up there. The laser also just looks like a thermometer to me when they
Same.
scrolled up to it.
All right, our secret weapon is finished. They're jars. There are 3 jars, red, yellow, blue, strawberry, blueberry, mustard. So I'm going to take these jars, put them in the right receptacle in the right order, and it should start a chain reaction that'll slowly destroy the fortress. Here's a fun little thing. You can hold B and run, and you'll kind of dip forward a little bit, and then you hold down, and then you could have a little bit of quick movement. There's a couple of times in the run where you could preemptively hold a direction and it starts you moving there, but why not going this way? I thought about talking to the console, I guess, again, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But
Do you have enough repairs? How many do you have?
I think I have 16. That should be fine. And I could always leave and come back if I really need to. I don't think it'll come to that. You usually use 2 repairs on the next fight, and then a minimum of 2 to 4 on the final fight. I've used 10, was the most I've used recently, so we should be in good shape. But thank you for the reminder.
I've run out before. I've had some tremendously bad final fights.
Yes.
But we'll cross our fingers.
So before we left, Tira gave us some really good information. Well, while she was held in her room, she discovered a password. And we used this password with the Cyberjack to bypass having to need the blue password. So where we go can only be accessed by the blue password. So if we mess up, there's a way we can exit. We could be trapped, and the only way to get back is to go back to this place and re-enter the password. So do not go south. That's the thing
Yes.
I always say to myself.
Yeah, you only have to make that mistake once to learn.
Yes. All right. So we found the prison. Surprise, surprise, Mint and somehow Kotetsu both got caught. So they're being held here. And Kotetsu's very angry. So I'm not ever helping you again.
Why am I involved in this?
But thankfully we have a friend, a new friend, a Blackmore. He is he's putting on a show right now. He's acting evil. He's like, we're going to take them away, but really he's going to make his escape. And then he has the wisdom of the ages that he will lay down on us.
It's my favorite.
where? The wind has no destination.
Yeah, just mic drop.
Moseys on out in style. All right, so
Such a profound line.
I know it's surprisingly deep. So coming up is probably the most difficult part of the run. I'm going to do my best. If I mess it up, it's okay, but I would really like to get it.
Yeah, so this is a manipulation that was found by Liquid Phase. He's a Japanese runner of this game. He found a lot of stuff that I didn't know about. Including that you could use smoke bombs on the overworld. I had no idea until I saw his run. I felt very dumb. But he found this manipulation. So there are these checkpoints here. There's the invisible lasers, like we saw in the air fortress. But instead of triggering enemy spawns when you trip them, they put up these barricades. So this row of 3 blocks up there and this one here, they'll rise and become obstacles if you trip the laser. But they're on a cycle, and the cycle begins once you enter the room. So it's just this really cool choreographed navigation to get through this room, and it also like manipulates all of the knights to be out of the way.
I got it.
Sometimes. But that's fine. Once you're past that one, it's okay, because this obstacle is behind the laser. So yeah, once you're able to set up the yellow jar, you're home free. That was really well done.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a lot more difficult to do that manipulation than it seems.
And one of the cool things is if you have an internal timer of how you're moving, if you make a little mistake, you can adjust for it in some spots. So my movement was not perfect there, but I was able to catch myself at the end to get the timing. Really glad I got that. All right, so
Yeah, that was great.
We initiated self-destruct, and we have 2 more items, I think, to get. One of them we could have gotten earlier, but it was kind of out of the way. I never really tested what's faster to do what we're doing now or to get it early, but I'm fairly certain doing this little backtrack is faster. So just south of where the hacker who made the greatest joke in the world was a capsule. And we should run out of our vanish as we get into the room with these guys, So we could keep going because the vanish will last a bit. And then these guys could see us or not. I do not have oh god. I do not have a smoke bomb. I would have used it here. But I did learn that these guys are very dangerous and can actually hit us. So I'm not going to... Okay. I'm going to not do that. There we go.
Bumpy's like, you're gonna do what?
You're going to do... Excuse me? I'll show you pain. All right, that was amazing. Okay. So, what I should have done is vanish, but... Great interaction.
Yeah, Bumpy has melee resist, which is interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense because punching a tire shouldn't really be that effective, but yeah, he doesn't have resistance to being punched 3 times.
All right, so we're going to make our way to the elevator, go to a floor we have not gone to yet. We could have gone to floor 4 earlier, but there is a barrier that blocks your way, kind of like a Link to the Past barrier in Hyrule Castle. To the left. So once you initiate self-destruct, this barrier is dropped. Also, there are invisible enemies in this room. I pretty much never ran into an invisible enemy here, so I was really lucky.
Yeah, that was quite
We're
lucky.
gonna collect the last item in the game, or the last capsule in the game, which is a simple cure. With that, that's all quests and capsules. Now we just have to finish strong.
GG.
Thank you, thank you.
Fun quick digression. One of those invisible enemies is more damaging than the final boss. He attacks with a wind-up car and a wind-up alligator toy, and they are devastating.
That's one of the things. If you ever play this game casually, there's so many cool animations that you just miss out on in the speed run. So, if anybody's curious, please give Robotrek a try. It's definitely worth it. All right, so Gato's here. Napoleon from the volcano shows up. He was repaired by the Choco scientists. So he kind of gives us a warning as a point of no return. It's like, hey, I could send you across the bridge, but are you sure you want to do that now? So he asks you twice, and then he tosses us across. This is not actually a point of no return. As you go outside into space, you can use the spaceship to leave and come back. But it requires you to get back to this spot, and Napoleon will, I think, chuck you across again.
Yeah, I think so.
Just a few more rooms, and then we just have 2 back-to-back boss fights. No more dodging. We did it.
Nice. All right. Now we cross our fingers.
Oh boy.
So this first fight with Gato is quite annoying. This is my least favorite fight in the game. Gato only has a 4% chance to hit us, but one of his attacks that... Nice, good crit. This one has a chance to crit us, so that's the dangerous attack. So he's paired with these soldiers. That's quite lucky. He'll be able to use... Yeah. He's paired with these soldiers, and it might be tempting to kill them, but if you do, it actually makes the fight much worse. Because right now, some of the soldiers are staying on the side, and Gato's doing this swapping thing, and that usually means that he's always going to be in range to hit. It's really unfortunate that these crit turns are wasted on single punches. The downside to keeping these soldiers alive is that their only attack has a 50% chance to disable the run command. You can tell when he shoots you, if oh no PJ blinks red like that afterwards, then disable's been applied. And 3 turns now he's been disabled on a critical hit.
There we go.
Beautiful, really nice. To make up for how annoying this fight is, he only has, I don't know, 2,300 or 2,200 health. Something like that. Nope, 2,800, it looks like.
So one reason we do not craft Robot 3 in a run is because it's in a cycle. So if he gets knocked out, you have to go to the 3rd robot before you could change back to the 1st robot. So that's why I tried to delay making Robot 3 for such a long time. It's fun in the final fight, but we're gonna leave Kingbo down.
Yeah, at this point, it's simply not worth the repair to bring him back. This is a free turn. This could be good.
Oh, it was. GG.
Very, very nice.
All right.
2 back attack crits is highly unusual. I think that was 5 or 6 crits total.
Yeah.
So all the ones we didn't get on Bug, we got here. That was a great fight.
Yeah, definitely better than average. Even with when the robot gets knocked out, you do expect that to happen. At least I do.
Yeah.
So it's very good. All right, Kingbo. Sure, take this.
So you might think it's a little bit weird to take points in energy on a robot that has 0 defense, but that's because we're going to be taking advantage of a hidden resistance that is never talked about and frankly shouldn't exist, to make the final boss a little bit easier. Go into the machine, I'll show you something. Okay. So we're equipping Shield 4 instead of Shield 5. This does drop our evasion a little bit. So the final boss would have, with Shield 5, would have 30% chance to hit us. If we use Shield 4, he has, I think, 40% chance.
We get a call from Nagisa.
Shield 4, yeah, this.
I'm sure you're important to your friends, so be careful, go for broke. Okay. It's just the greatest motherly
great
advice. Yeah.
I haven't heard it from anyone, but I'm sure you must be important to your friends. And then be careful, go for broke. That just doesn't make sense.
No. So you get this strange Illusion of Gaia-esque ending. And here we see, this is our mother. Nagisa, it's not said in the game, but in the booklet to Robotrek, it does say that Nagisa is actually an android created by her father in our mother's image. So that's our real mother right there. And that's, they decided to name us Jeff because it's such a good name. Give it a little bit of lore that has no impact on the run. hear Gato talking to Rask saying, don't throw away the Tetron, he made such a good thing. Could theoretically control time, which is what Gato's whole goal is. All right, and everybody can cross your fingers and count the damage if you want to. So we do about 100 damage per triple punch, and if we get a critical hit, it's 630 thereabouts. We need to do 5,200 damage to win this fight. So you can start counting, and I find it's pretty fun. And then PJ, if you will please explain some of the mechanics of what's going on in the background.
Sure.
There's a lot.
Yeah, I could do that. It's easy to erase you with my own hand. This is assigned to Rask, maker of the Tetron. All right, so Gato turns into this weird like time machine thing. So he attacks. He does like the cool like era changing thing. Hey, nice crit that you see in Chrono Trigger. So he can either physically attack you with that ramming attack, or if you're in a different row or very far away, he'll use this like sparkling ball thing. But normally what he does is this background changing attack that's very, very slow, and it has 4 possible outcomes. This bomb is like an okay outcome. It has no special properties, it's just very strong. 2 of the others are the fireballs, and an ice skate that has snowballs. These ones we also really like. We're guaranteed to survive those. 2 crits, great. And the 4th option is the one that we don't want to see, which is another beach background. Not this one, but another one, sandy dunes and stuff. And some commandos come out and shoot us. That attack can critically hit. This is very, very good luck so far. Hopefully this keeps up. So the reason that we have the health and the reason we're using Shield 4 is that Shield 4, whether they intended it to or not, Shield 4 resists all elemental attacks. Oh, the miss!
Get him,
Let's go,
Kingbo! Okay. Lucky 7s, though. Nope. Okay, he has a second chance, maybe.
He's got another chance.
Oh,
maybe not.
Got no charge.
He's a goner, I think.
Yeah. He does have max speed, so it's probably. Kingbo. Ah, well. Did his best.
Too bad.
Went out in a blaze of glory.
He contributed 77. Yeah, wow, 4 crits. I tend to think that a crit that gets 5, or a fight that gets 5 crits over the course of the entire battle is good. 4 this early is outstanding. We'll see where it ends up. Yeah, so Shield 4, I think it was supposed to resist the disable status effect and the damage done by attacks that apply disable. But instead it resists any attack that makes your robot glow red. So any attack that applies disable and any elemental attack, it reduces to 2. And it wasn't even supposed to reduce it to 2, it was just a bug with the calculation. So Shield 4 is a really buggy shield that ends up working in our favor. That attack there was the really dangerous one, the commandos firing the shots. Even though it might play the block sound, you can't block that attack.
Yeah, I think we are over halfway finished through this fight, as far as damage numbers go, so we could be prepared on time soon. Just as a heads up.
Honk honk. So every critical hit, I think I was counting it out at some point years ago. Every critical hit saves in this fight like a minute to a minute and a half. A crit will save 5 rounds of attacking, and if Gato uses the time warp, okay, there's 5. There's our quota. If Gato uses the time warp in in most of those turns, which is a very long animation, then you're losing a minute plus. That's how fun this game is to run. It doesn't matter until you get to the final boss. You could have the smoothest run, and then you have a fight that only gets 3 crits, and you lose 5 minutes.
Yeah, most of the fun of Robotrek is in the movement, a little bit of the menuing. The boss fights are interesting, and it's fun to roll the dice on them, but they are very punishing. We're trying to go for really good times. Okay, Firestorm is good.
Another good outcome. And I was thinking about it earlier today. I'm not sure if Shield 4, when it resists an attack, I'm not sure if it guarantees a hit, because I don't think I've ever dodged a fireball or a snowball with Shield 4 equipped.
Same. I don't think I have either.
It's just some really weird mechanics with that shield. Very good block.
Oh, 6.
6. Let's go.
All right, should be really close.
So that's like 3,600 damage from crits. And then our non-crits only have to make up 1,600 more, so we're probably very, very close. Certainly next crit will kill him.
Nope, there we go, time.
Wow. Incredible fight. GG.
Thank you. So, at the end credits, I could do some shout-outs. We do have one more incentive to meet. We're going to go see the Quintinix, the developer room. So, quick shout-outs. Thank you, RPG Limit Break, for letting me be here, for choosing Robotrek once again. It's always a fun time, and I'm sure many people enjoy it, and they'll continue to enjoy it in the future. Thank you very much, PJ, for commentating. Always been an inspiration.
Oh, thanks for...
So,
Thank you. Thanks for having me and for allowing me to do remote commentary. I wish I could be there, but it wasn't in the cards this year. So I hope you guys keep up the good work.
and thank you, everybody in my own community who helped me get here. So I had to raise some money for travel funds. There are a lot of people who contributed. Some of the ones, I could say a few names. Beowulf, Glenn, Frog Knight, Compassion, Zephyr, KG, a few more, but thank you everybody for helping me get here. So this ending is very weird and very long. The point is we go back home.
Very weird.
Yeah, very. Illusion of Gaia is a little weird, but this is almost a step beyond. So I'm just gonna go ahead and reset, and then we'll load up a file to show up the developer room, and then that'll do it for me. All right, so with the developer room, it's well hidden, but it's in a place that makes sense. So
Yeah.
if you think about, we got an item that allows us to go, I like to go to the father's house, but allows us to go into cyberspace. And to go into cyberspace, you need a monitor. And there are other monitors in this game. They're limited, but they are there. And there's one here, and of course in our own home as well. So if you equip the Cyberjack, there it is.
First row, yeah.
There we
It's
go.
like, uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely had it. No worries there. Just where is it? And here we are. Some strange music. So everybody leaves a message. There are a few favorite messages. Partition R&D compared to this is small. But these are all the developers of Robotrek. Kid, you're buffed out. Why don't you try making games? Get a secretary. Game teaches boys how to grow up and be men. Everybody gives me a bad time about my hair. Anyway, looking forward to the next game. They had one message to put in a game.
I know, yeah.
And that was it. This is
Yeah,
terrible.
I was just thinking about that.
Started F1 gladly, now I got a toothache. Okay. Sometimes this place, I'll tell you, the real me is not a robot, it's tough. Phone bills are awful, yes. Still in training, but soon I'll make my debut as a female programmer. This is probably my favorite, because that's actually a good message. But
Yeah.
But yeah, that is Robotrek, everybody. So thank you all for watching. There are more runs coming up soon, so take care, and hopefully have a good day.
All right, everybody. That was a fantastic run of Robotrek by CorporateImage. GG's once again. And now we are going to go to a special message from one of our sponsors. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break for the first time to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. This lineup includes 7 unique shirt designs, a cozy blanket, a sleek journal, an enamel pin, and more. Plus, for the first time, our very own real-life Mimi plush with an opening lid to store your treasures. From bold graphics to heartfelt designs, $5 from every sale, excluding the Mimi plush, goes directly to charity. Explore the full collection now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break and help make a difference. All right, everybody, and that is going to end my time on the mic today. I'm going to read one more quick donation here that came in, showing some love to our Robotrek runner. The Axeman donates $50 and says, "Gotta get a donation in during Robotrek with respect for the axe and robot combination, putting this towards an epic bonus Ultima run." So thank you very much for that. Let's all keep donating for NAMI and raising money for this important cause. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here, and when we return, you will be in the very capable hands and the devilishly charming presence of one Vonnie Vaughn. Take care, everybody.
Alrighty, folks. How are we all doing today? I am going to be your host here for these next few runs. My name is Vonnie Vaughn, taking over for the dangerously handsome Moonblaze Wolf. I know you can only hear him, but I wish you could see him because it is, he's a handsome boy, that's for sure. I got a donation I'd like to read here. It's a $25 donation from Neobari that says, "How has the Ultima 3 run not been met yet? Doing my part to get more Charlotte and her speedrunning apprentice dad, organMike, onto the schedule." Well, thank you very much for that donation, and that is a fantastic segue into what we've got coming up for you next, which is an interview being done by Zokobun and Cici of the runner of Ultimate 4, Mike, and hopefully the runner of Ultimate 3, and that would be Charlotte. Cici, Zoku, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you so much, Vonnie. Hello again. This is RPG Limit Break. Is it day 3, day 4? What's numbers?
I've lost count.
I know. Can we call it day million?
I want it to be day 1, so I have more RPG Limit Break left.
More RPG Limit Break is always great. And speaking of more RPG Limit Break, congrats, folks. You've met. We just saw here. You've met the bonus Ultima 3 run, and we are so pleased to be having both our Ultima 4 and our Ultima 3 runner here with us today. organMike and Charlotte, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Charlotte?
Really good.
Charlotte is ready for what we have in store for them.
Actually, really excited.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you might be wondering, we've got stuff on the table. We've got buzzers on the table, of course. Can't miss the buzzers, but we've got stuff on the table. You might be wondering what we're doing with that. Well, we hear that Charlotte is a Lego speed star. And we thought it would be fun to pit our 2 Ultima runners in a Lego building race.
Fun. So yeah, so if you guys want to go ahead and get ready, and just before we start, hold up what you're building. So we gave Charlotte the choice of what she wanted to build, and she chose the boombox. So she's boombox. And then we gave Mike his choice on what to build, and he chose the Apple computer. And then, so everyone in the we're going to give them a countdown from 3, and then you guys are going to start. Are you guys ready?
Sure.
All right, audience, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
All right, so Charlotte, all ready to go, flips open her book immediately. Mike scrambling through the bags, trying to find whichever one is bag 1.
I think
Charlotte's done with page 1 already.
The critical mistake from Mike is that he did not prepare for this.
True.
I'm trying to find the piece over here.
That's part of speedrunning, isn't it? Prepping.
Yeah, I'm
If
not
I can ever get the bag on.
I'm not a speed. Do we have scissors? Yeah.
Okay, where's
Yeah.
that kind of piece?
Hopefully the Ultima run goes a little better than Mike's bag opening.
I did the
is
prep
going-
for that. The amount of work I had to do to get it running on these computers.
Okay, actually, I can't find these 2 pieces.
Ooh, okay, Charlotte is coming across a stumble.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no,
Fun
is it
time.
in bag 2? I think we should help Charlotte. How about we just help Charlotte?
She does not need your help.
Are these pieces here? Oh, this is this piece. Here you
Yes.
go.
There's pieces.
Okay.
And then it
Yep.
looks like
okay,
this
and I have
is-
this other piece right here.
We've got like 8 lines, so maybe
Okay.
it's this one?
Okay. Yep.
Oh, wait.
8 by 6. There we
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Okay.
And this wants to go.
Yeah, there's something about an Ultima race going on here, but I got distracted by Legos.
I would love to do an Ultima race.
So I hear that I hear that this Ultima game is your
I'm
favorite.
just gonna.
This is absolutely my favorite.
Do you want to
Focus.
also talk about that and try to build?
No,
Got the wrong
but sure.
piece.
Yes, I
For a
will-
second, I actually got the wrong piece, but
Oh, no.
hold on.
Yeah. What would you like to know?
Well, there's about 20,000 Ultima games.
Yeah,
Oh, I
give or
thought you were
take.
about to say 20,000 Lego pieces.
Yeah,
Someone help me out with this.
Oh, we're okay. So there's about 20,000 Ultima games. What makes 4 your favorite?
Well, he came across. I grew up with them. On the Commodore 64, my
I
dad
think it was like-
played them, and I enjoyed watching them. Do I even have the right pieces here? So I
these
enjoyed
are
I
the
enjoyed
number
watching them. And 4
4.
was the one that
we go.
the best. I have the wrong bag open. I don't know
Well,
what's going on
this
here.
is going to take another 3 minutes for Mike to get this next bag open.
I don't
Would you
even-
like some assistance from the pit stop here?
I am badly outclassed. Is the problem? I'll take her on the field, on the Ultima field, but my goodness, I'm. There's
Yeah.
always one of those. Okay. Okay. Why do I have to have this one out? It's not even.
I had to like finish
Oh,
the whole
I see.
page.
One's in here.
If you could finish the whole page, and then you can slam the button.
And slam the
Yes.
button. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
so,
this page and this page.
Yeah, and we also stacked the deck because Mike has 1 buzzer and Charlotte took the rest of the 3 buzzers. So she has the choice of slamming any 3 buzzers when she finishes a page.
okay.
Wrong piece.
Anyway, yeah, I grew up with Ultima 4 and revisited it. One of the things about it, it's a very philosophical game. It's a game about bettering yourself and not about beating some sort of big evil monster.
I need this closer.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really beacon of virtue, an example for the
Okay,
people of the
like
world.
This flat
I'm
piece.
certain this is not the right bag.
Well, I love when the games and the message of Nami like kind of come together.
Yeah, it's
Try
just
to
so
find the
relevant,
piece.
especially in right now. Let's give a shout out to the
I need
audience
these.
and crowd at home. We've raised consecutively $1 million for Nami over the
beautiful,
10
yeah.
years.
And we hit
That
$20,000
Yes,
just like an hour ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, and we got a buzzer. That's
Got a
another
buzzer.
page done.
That's another
That's
page done.
Mike, I think, still opened his second bag.
I think Zokuban opened that for me, but I'm not even sure that this is the right one.
It's
Actually,
the right bag.
I finished this page, but now I'm doing on this page.
They asked me if
All
I'd
right,
take a
Charles, moving ahead
handicap
to the
to
third
help
page
to
now.
help Charlotte out, and I said, she does not need my.
All right, you know what? Let's make it a little fair on Mike.
Okay,
Charlotte,
and-
are you having fun?
Yep.
Hey, there we are.
She is locked in. She is concentrating.
This is outside my skill set. All right. No, and We have
Are you
gone to-
okay, Daddy?
We've gone to the 52 pickup variant. One of the differing routes we can take. It's an open world game, but there's a lot of things that have to be done in order to complete the game.
I need these two.
There's no way to skip most of them, so we wind up with. Oh, great! I'm losing things.
Oh, it was right next to me and I ignored it. I'm on Team Charlotte.
Okay, fair. I am too at this point. There's the other main runner. I think I just have to have all my bags open here. The other main runner of the game at the moment, his name's Phoenix 4. A good friend of mine. I caught his donation earlier, actually, and he and I, until very recently, had. Within 15 seconds of one another in an hour-long game where we were doing completely different routes. And it's just absolutely fascinating that can happen in a game like this.
And what makes your route the route that you choose?
End. If you die, you just go back to Lord British's chamber and he tells you, hey, be careful, and sends you out again. But it's about a 20 to 30 second cutscene to do that. Oh, there, I think I finished a step.
False start.
Yeah, that means you have to go back a page. Start over. You have to undo it.
I'm sorry.
I'm not the one that hit that button.
I told you I'm on Team Charlotte.
No, and the game itself, the route I pick, when I route, it's I don't know what you want to call it. I route for efficiency rather than for speed. With a lot of my games, I choose routes that involve the least work, least effort, which may not necessarily be the fastest.
Right.
So I've got a route that kind of moves me in in what I feel is a very smooth direction.
Pattern. Okay.
Yeah. Whereas Phoenix moves that I don't necessarily agree with in terms of efficiency, but are very clearly at least as good as mine in terms of speed.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
I love that about this game. Like, there could be someone coming in, taking this game up tomorrow with a completely different route that neither of us have ever seen, and might just totally blow us both out of the water, and that'd be great.
Yeah,
I love that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. There's 8 different character classes you can start with, which gives you 8 different starting locations. One more like this. It's just not showing up. Yeah, there's 8 different character classes you can play. That provides endless challenge to it. There's different ways you can go around the world. Like, I don't know that I will ever stop playing it, really. I have 6 different categories I played in. Another person in the Ultimate Speedrunning community by the name of Cloudy Shoes helped me build a task randomizer for it. And when I say help me build, I fielded the idea and he did all the work.
Yeah.
I need these closer.
But put this thing together that just spits out the 45 things that you have to do in whatever order. In a randomized order.
Yeah.
Which is
For a second, I thought that was a donut, a little mini donut.
Oh, that does look like a donut.
Yeah, I've got a couple in
Don't
here
eat it,
too.
though.
Yeah. You're too old to be eating Lego pieces, kid.
Are we able to be eating Lego pieces?
No, I eat Lego pieces daily.
Is that
We can't eat them now.
Oh, just don't make this harder on me.
and then
Please don't try this at home.
Yeah, do not. But I will also say for the naming incentive, we were watching and we asked Charlotte what she wanted to name.
Because again, you all have the ability to influence Mike's run coming up. But also we wanted to give Charlotte a say. And right now, if we could just bring that up real quick.
7, 8.
The choices we have for the name incentive include, I believe, Steve, name job by Goose, Zillion, and Charlotte, could you just repeat your favorite for me again?
The villain.
There you have it, folks.
So you guys donations in for the villain to overtake Steve.
And it's quite appropriate because, again, the game is about being the absolute best person you can be. So redeeming a villain is not a bad thing to be doing.
That's a great story.
I had to get 8 of these kind of pieces. I had to get 8 of these pieces.
Ooh.
The way the run starts, we are a little more
these
villainous
kind of pieces.
because one of the
I had to
fun things
get
is that all
8
these,
of these kind of pieces.
all these virtues are kept track
Right
of in there's 8 different karma meters essentially,
let's zoom in on
and they're all kept track of in the in the game, they don't go below 1. Like, they can't go. You know.
And is that actually routed in part of the routes?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
cool.
we start off doing evil things, and then stop doing.
And then
evil
redeem
things for a
yourself.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we lie, we cheat, we steal, and then we do good.
Again, don't try that at home.
No, please don't.
The good part. You can do the good
Do the
part at
good.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do the good part, like say donating to a mental health charity, for example.
That actually sounds like a great idea. I'm going to run that back a little because folks donated to a mental health charity to get Charlotte to run Ultima 3. So how did that get started?
So Charlotte has come with me every year I've been to Limit Break, so for 3 years now. The first time she came here, when we were in 2023, I was running Ultima, the first one, the first stage of darkness, so the PC conversion. And I was sitting in the practice room and doing my thing, and Charlotte was wandering about, as 5-year-olds do. And she was looking at, so watching what I was doing. And she was very interested and said, and I asked her, did you want to
Forgot a
try this?
piece.
Yeah, and she
Forgot
said,
2 pieces.
yes, she'd like to try some of it and see what it was like.
We're falling a
so,
little
yeah.
behind on the commentary
Yeah.
department, and we do apologize, folks. Just know that Charlotte has forgotten the piece. Mike is looking for a piece, and okay, we're all good.
Yeah,
Okay,
all
I
right.
got it.
So yeah, so Charlotte said she would be interested in trying some of it. She tried some of it with me, wound up as my co-pilot for the first run. Not my first ever run, because my first ever Limit Break run was like at 3 in the morning, and she was asleep. But yeah, my first Ultima run here, and she was my full. This year, did
Just
you
like
want
flew.
to try and do one yourself? And so we auditioned. She auditioned for doing the Killing Lord British in Ultima 3, because that was something I could teach her very easily, and she picked it up like I couldn't believe.
And buzzard.
Yeah.
Next page.
We're on page 6 for Charlotte.
Oh,
Mike
goodness,
is
I'm on
Mike is on
4.
page 4.
Is on page 4.
Yeah.
That's not far behind. Mike still has a chance. Mike's
No.
still in it.
It is like 2 pages away from me.
Yeah, there's the one I was missing that I subbed something else in, so I threw back up.
Ooh.
And to be fair, doing commentary
need-
and building
I need the
Legos
other
is
piece.
very difficult.
Yes, this
I
is-
would not be able to do this.
Absolutely, and that just shows my skill as a
I need
speedrunner
the other
on
piece.
stage.
It really does. Yeah.
It's part of my real life too. I am an organist in real life, and we multitask. I'm directing a choir. I'm often directing choir and accompanying people and doing all these various things and changing organ stops and playing notes all at once. So multitasking suits me somewhat.
All right. Well, what do you say? Let's give them a break on commentating, so we will have a winner eventually. Donating, we hit $1 million.
Yes.
We hit $20,000.
Amazing job by all of you. Thank you so much.
My knees are hurting.
Yeah.
Get comfy.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a bit.
Yeah. And then, so while you're donating, you have chances to win prizes.
Absolutely. We've got some fantastic prizes up on deck that actually just started with the last run, Robotrek, and which is, a fantastic game of the year 2024, at least for me.
It was for me.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So, you want to make sure you tune in for that run. And Cece, you're hosting that run. right?
Hosting.
Woo! But one of the prizes you have a chance to win, we unfortunately don't have it on site, but it is a replica of Will's sword from Metaphor.
It's gorgeous, too.
So
Absolutely
I've heard.
gorgeous.
So that was donated to us by Kill's Little Monster.
This is
You're
gonna
going to
be
want to go
hard
to
right here.
artbreak.com/prizes to take a look at the picture we have of that. That is a $125 cumulative donations, in donations until King's Quest 5. But hey, that means if you donate now, that still contributes towards it. And what can they get if they start donating now, CC?
Oh my goodness. They have a chance to win this, which is, it's so cute. So this is Chocobo's Crystal Hunt. I can't read Japanese, so I don't know how to play it.
I actually can, so
You
if I
can?
could take a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can read that and let me know actually how to play it.
I can read that there's English on here.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a very cute game with a bunch of different colored Chocobo cards and everything. Turns out if you can't read Japanese, there's
Okay, this
English in the back.
this piece is hard, so
It's a
push
very
down.
quick and easy game, 3 to 5 players, playtime 10 to 20 minutes, but also it just looks so cute. Cece and I were looking at it and we want to see what it looks inside, but we
Yeah.
promise this is still plastic sealed. You're going to get a brand new copy. Well, a chance to win a brand new copy with a $5 minimum donation.
I hit the
and
button.
This comes to us. Ooh, Charlotte is now on page 7, I believe. But this comes to us from Shuffy. And our next run coming up is actually something that I'm especially excited for. That's
There it is.
Étoile Princess. Shenta comes to us with this run. It's on specialized hardware. It was only ever released in Japan. And then Shentok went ahead and donated this amazing painting. This painting is of the Étoile Princess main character. This character is also on our volunteer badges, I believe. And
It's so cute.
It's so
It deserves to be there.
cute.
It's so cute. $10 minimum donation.
$10 minimum donation. And hey, make sure you check out our next run. And if you like it, maybe you could get a chance to win this.
Another one of the prizes you can win, Chocobos are coming home with me, so I'm just going to put that right here. This is a Wooting 80HE mechanical keyboard. This is a, what's the minimum donation on
A
this?
$50 minimum
$50
donation.
minimum donation.
From now until Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, this was donated to us by Sanjan.
Aw, dang it.
And I've heard it's got a lot of cool RGB.
And it's really heavy, too.
Ooh, may I?
Yeah.
Two.
But no, this is sturdy,
Three,
and you're going to get that sweet
four,
keyboard ASMR. So $50 minimum donation for this.
6.
And I've been eyeing that really cool thing by your side.
Yeah,
Susie.
so I'm going to gently take this off here. So this is Shadow Hearts Covenant. These are our wood...
Wooden replicas.
Yeah, of the cover art of the game. And the camera really doesn't do this justice because if and the details in the faces and everything is so well done.
Like it's got the shading down.
Yeah, definitely. And also, it mirrors it on the back, too. So if you can see those faces and everything on the back, they're all so gorgeous.
That is sweet. And this comes to us, you've seen a lot of really cool wooden replicas so far this event. All of that comes to us from Pigmented, who was fantastic. We reached out and said, hey, we're looking for prizes. And they just sent us loads. And you could get a chance to win one of those. I've been eyeing those since I got on site. Now, of course, we would be remiss to not mention that we do have a grand prize throughout the entire event. That is the
Switch dose.
the very, very legit Nintendo Switch
Indeed.
dose.
Yeah, we support regional imports here.
We
so
support-
this is our Switch dose. Don't worry about this part. So this is our Switch 2. This is 250 cumulative. 200 cumulative.
Over the course of the event.
The entire event. So you can put in $450 donation if you want. You can go straight into 200. You can do whatever you want, but $200 till the end of the marathon.
And it gets Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remastered bundled with
Yes, this is a bundle Switch dose.
totally legit
I'm gonna
Switch
put this
dose.
back. Yep.
That's it. That's being etched into my brain now.
Gross spot.
Some other things that we don't actually have with us on site, but again, you can see all of these if you go to rpglimitbreak.com/prizes. We have the chance to win. I got to take a look at my notes here because we've just got so many. The Lunar Lux PC key, and I believe that was provided to us by Possum Coffee, $5 minimum donation. We also have the Vanarus Tactics Steam key, again, another $5 minimum donation for a chance to win that, thanks to Heroic Spirit Gamer. And
We got a buzzer.
ooh,
Getting closer.
buzzer. Getting closer, another page here for Charlotte. But we are here in beautiful Denver, Colorado, and a lot of us are excited about Meow Wolf, which is pretty exciting tourist attraction here in the area.
Yeah.
Immersive art.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it because I don't want to know before I go there.
That's fair.
Yeah, but it looks super exciting.
Yeah, and we've been lucky enough to have a swag bag from Meow Wolf gifted to us specifically for Convergence Station, which is the location here in Denver, from Mr. Omega. That is a $25 minimum donation. So donate now. From now until Metaphor gets you a chance to win any of the fantastic prizes we've talked about in just now. But you don't want to delay, because watching speedruns, watching games, time goes by so fast. So get those donations in now and put them towards one of the incentives. Put them towards naming the hero or the villain.
And judging by the pieces on the table, Charlotte has like 4 left. organMike has about 20,000. So yeah, it's time to call this, I think. So I think round of of the Lego building contest.
Good job, kid.
Well done, Charlotte. Absolutely fantastic.
Please make sure you catch out Ultima 4 later today. 100% no major glitches.
No major glitches.
And of course, Ultima 3. Remind me of the category.
Kill Lord British.
Kill Lord British.
Yep.
You don't want to miss either of that. Coming up right after the Etoile Princess run.
Alrighty, thank you, Zoku. Thank you, Cece. And of course, thank you to organMike and the excruciatingly adorable Charlotte for that wonderful Lego building race. That was truly fantastic. Want to read off a couple of donations that we got in here. We got a $100 donation from Nerd Vicious with no comment. Thank you very much for that. And the donation that was the one that locked down that Ultima 3 bonus run is a $250 donation. That one was from Dodecalope, and that one doesn't have any comment either, but it certainly carried a lot of weight because that meant an incentive that I know we are all wanting to see. While we're on the topic of donation incentive, we also had another one met for that the Ultima 4 run, which is the Abyss Glitch exhibition, so you get to check that out. But there's a couple of other things that are active for that one as well. The gender of the hero can be chosen right now. Female has $25, male has 0. And then you can name the hero. You heard them talking about that quite a bit. We've got a neck-and-neck race up at the top. Steve is in the lead with $230. Name Job Buy is right on its tail with $225. The villain only has $10. Now, as a reminder, the villain is what Charlotte wants. And what Charlotte wants, we need to deliver, right? Right? So, if you're going to donate for a name, I'm going to recommend the villain, okay?